Hold on, you guys. All right. All right. All right, I'm multitasking, you guys. Welcome. Hey, Grace. I didn't even let you know I'm going live. Hey, hey, hey. I got a full blown circus going on here. Hey, Justin. Good to see you. Hey. Yeah, I got some kittens. I got my old girl here is just, she's 18 years old. For indoor outdoor cat, they're supposed to live to about 12. So she's as old as my dog was when he passed, was 18. So she's kind of slowing down the last few days. So not sure what's going to happen. She's on my desk right here where she's been for quite a while. For the last about 30 days, about the last month or so, I have, she's been on my desk for everything. Every video I've done, she likes to lay on my mouse, on my hand, on my lap, on my shoulder. She's been very clingy, and that's usually what happens at the end of their lives. So if you have a pet that's being really clingy, they might be trying to say their goodbyes, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, I think she's probably not going to be with me much longer, which is really sad. You know, I had my dog through all my 40s and all my 50s, almost. And that was a huge part of my life. And this cat here, got her in 2000. Well, she was born in 2008, and I got her in 2009. And so she's 18 years old. And yeah, it's going to be really hard. She's been with me the longest, more than any pet in the house right now. She's an old girl. And I made her a little bed here, so she's on my desk in a little bed. So anyway, but she's outlived her expectancy by many years. So anyway, and then we got some brand new kittens that remember that time in February where I said I'm trying to make sure my cat don't get pregnant before she gets spayed or whatever. And I had her locked away from the boys, right? And anyway, one day in February, she got out in like a snowstorm, and I thought she ain't gonna be gone long. Well, she was gone like a couple days. And when she came back, all of a sudden she's back, and I'm thinking I thought she froze to death or something. But I don't know where she went. But when she came back through the door, every animal came like running and smelt her rear end. The dogs, the cats, everybody was smelling her rear end, which was stopping what. And I thought, oh, shit. So sure enough, she ended up getting pregnant. You know, she slipped past the goalie, right? And she got out. And anyway, she was bound and determined, I'm telling you. But this is it. She's not having it anymore. So anyway, they turned 5 weeks old tomorrow, so I made a cage. I could show you. So I've been working on this yesterday. So I got brand new kittens and a really old cat. So I'm somewhere in between here. Now they're not even up right now, so I'm not even gonna. I'll wait till they wake up. They're so cute. And the dog here. Oh, you can't even see. It's too dark in here. But the dog is just infatuated, so I gotta. Oh, and then on top of it, you know what happened yesterday? So 2 nights ago, I went to bed, and everything's fine. The strays are on the porch with their babies, and get up the next day, and everybody's gone except one baby, the one that you hear crying. And this baby here is 10 weeks old. The mom is missing with 2 babies. She left this baby behind. And so I brought this baby in the house. And anyway. Yeah, anybody want a free cat? So yeah, it's been kind of a challenge. So anyway, can't give cats away, not even free up here. Everybody up here, it's like it's like giving away rocks. Everybody's got a yard full of them. Nobody wants your cats. You know, I mean, even if they're cute, don't matter. Everybody's got plenty of strays on their own. All right, so I'm going to start saying hi to everybody finally. But yeah, so I was going to come on last night, but you guys, it's just been a circus here. Plus, I'm trying to get stuff done outside too, on top of everything. So anyway, good evening to Miss January. Good to see you tonight. Welcome. Say it out loud, likewise. And dear Jane, likewise. Not my monkeys, always a pleasure to see you. And Gray Styles comes in style as a moderator. Florida Life in the Sun. Justin Morris, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Let's see. And so, dear Jane, good to see you tonight. Welcome. So if you guys want, we could go over some of this Whitaker stuff or just have open chat. It's up to you. I am, eventually, I have to work on my videos at night. So, yeah, the last couple nights, it just wasn't a go. But I have a lot to say still about these, what's going on over there with Eric and all this stuff. So anyway, there's just so much in these videos that it'd be easier probably to go through it live. But I do want to clear up one thing before we get any further, because I'm really tired of being slandered. And I'm going to tell you, I've been in a lawsuit since 2020, 6 years. I've been in a lawsuit over 6 years. And this is the second round that we've gone through. And I'm about to go to trial. And I am going to win. It's just a matter of how much. And so I really haven't pursued any legal action or civil suits or anything against any YouTubers. But I have been collecting a hell of a lot of evidence in case I want to. But I'm going to tell you, lawsuits are very, very, they're expensive. They're very stressful. They're straining and draining and all that. So I never want to, have more than one. One's always hard. But I gotta keep an eye on that kitten because this dog is on like kitten overload. I'm telling you. Anyway, so I do have, because I'm tired of being slandered. Somebody has been saying for about 6 months now, or more, that I have been making fun of somebody's penis. Talking about somebody's penis. Now, this is a flat out freaking lie. Okay? That knowing that somebody had a disease in their groin area, knowing that, I went out and did a video making fun of his diseases. And that couldn't be any bigger of a lie, because multiple reasons, okay? And so what has happened by somebody going out and telling everybody every chance that she can that there's, Kathy has been making fun of somebody's disease and making fun of his, wee-wee and all this other stuff, and encouraging somebody's claiming that I wanted her to join in on me making fun of somebody's penis. And all these are lies, slanders, lies. Now, how many people actually believe that a certain person who I have never mentioned, and I'm going to show you something. I'm going to prove once and for all that I'm being lied and slandered. And gaslighting people to come and harass me. Gaslighting her audience. Saying the most foul things because listen, if I told you that there's somebody out there that's making fun of somebody's cancer, they're making fun of somebody's diseases. They always want to talk about the person's penis, and they try to make me talk about their penis too. But I said no, because I am so high and mighty. Now you would say, who is this person? Let's go get him. Well, that's what's happened, and that's when I went through my gaslighting or my gang stalking, my gang stalking video, right? Let me know. I have never and would never make fun of somebody's diseases, okay? I was a nurse for 20 years, for God's sakes. All right, I dedicated my life to helping people. I've never, you cannot get a clip, okay? You want receipts? Well, get me the receipt. I want to see the receipt. Now, how many people actually believe that somebody came out and told everybody that they have a horrible disease down in their groin area? It could be cancer. And then after that, Kathy came out and made fun of this said disease, right? I'm going to prove to you that this is freaking a lie. And you know what? For every person that came over and harassed me with this slander about me, I've done the exact same thing. You can ask these people, what do I do? What do I do when somebody comes over and attacks me and harasses me because they falsely think that I'm making fun of somebody's diseases and I want to talk about somebody's penis? I block the person, but first of all, I tell them, thank you for helping me prove my case that I'm being gang stalked because of a lie, because of slander. And then I say, see you later, chump, or something. And actually, not that long ago, there's somebody, I don't know if her name was Anna Marie. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. There's a woman that just recently did that. And I said it to her. Later, loser. Thanks for helping me. One more piece of evidence. Okay. So I'm going to prove this once and for all. Okay. That didn't happen. Because listen, I've only done so many live streams since last fall. A handful. You could count them on two hands. Most of you have been here for every single one of them. And none of you have ever heard me talk about somebody's penis, make fun of somebody's disease. It's never freaking happened. Yet I've been slandered and said it was. So let's look and see what happened here. I'm going to show you. Real easy. Okay. First of all, I did this video right here. All right. And the subject of this video is the interview or lack thereof. It is the failure of the opportunity to interview Justin. All right. And so this video, if you ask even, if you're smarter than a fifth grader, even the fifth grader will tell you at a fifth grade education, the subject of this video is the interview. It is a critique of the interview. What day was this done, you guys? November 29th, 2025. Remember that, okay? Now, have I heard that he's in the hospital and I'm just making jabs at his penis? No. November 29th, 2025. The next day, this person comes out and threatens me, threatens to come to my house and do something to me, but threatened to pull up, find out where I live and all this other bullshit. Okay. And like way overreacted because this wasn't about his penis. It was about the interview. Even a fifth grade education, you should know that. All right. Now, then I got threatened. And then the person told everybody that I didn't threaten anybody because, well, I had already recorded the entire live stream. Then that said person cut out the part about that. But and I said, well, I don't care. People were saying, I don't see it. I don't see him threatening you. I said, he cut it out. He comes back and says, I don't even know how to edit things out of my live streams. About 10 minutes later, I swear to God, about 10 minutes later, He said, "Oh, I hate that Justin came in. I'm going to have to cut that part out of the interview." Like, I'm face palming thinking, is anybody even freaking paying attention? He just said he doesn't know how to edit stuff. But I have the original. Yeah, I was threatened to come to my house. Okay, so the very next day, I think it was after midnight. So it says December. Oops. The mouse ain't working. Oh. One second. All right, so that was November 29th, okay? Then he threatens me. Then the next day, on December 1st, after he threatened me, this is 2 days later, I put up a video that said, "I've been threatened publicly, charges filed tomorrow. YouTube is also notified." Now, and I did, okay? I went and filed charges. And what I was told is to not engage with this person, just collect evidence, collect. When he's making clips about you, he's threatening you, collect clips. And I did. And you know what? From this day right here, December 1st, I never mentioned him again. Show me a receipt where I mentioned him again. Besides saying I've been threatened and I'm going to file charges, which I did, then I have got a big fat freaking file on this person and the other person who was slandering me. And because you see, here's what happens. The person with the channel doesn't want to get in trouble. So they're going to make up a lie that's going to infuriate people, hoping that maybe one or two of those will go harass her or maybe show up at her house. So that was this, okay, December 1st. Now, was I making fun of his penis diseases? No. Remember that. Never spoke about him again. What day did he came out and said that he might have cancer? What day? Huh? What day was this? Was this before or after my video? My one video about him. And my one video about calling the police, huh? Wow, suspense is killing us, huh? Yeah. Remember, my video was on November 30th. What day did he say his world's falling apart because he might have a problem? Huh? Was it before November 30th or after? Huh? Oh, well. Okay. Let's pull the date down on this. This takes forever to load, guys. Be patient. December 6th. This was a week after I put my video out. He says he's got maybe a problem. Okay. So for the lying, slandering person out there who keeps saying that she was making fun of his diseases, even, no. Never happened. And as a matter of fact, you know what else? I'm going to tell you. Not only have I made sure I never mentioned him, never once talked about anybody's penis, okay? I never made fun of anybody's diseases, and I never spoke to him. You know why? Because I don't want to blow my case. I don't want to do something stupid. And I was told not to engage. And one thing about when you go into court, especially civil court or any court, really any court, you have to have clean hands. Okay. So I made sure to this day that I've never spoke about him. Never. And so for somebody to say that I've been making fun and then wanted somebody else to join in. And by the way, the person who claims that I'm mad because they didn't join in on talking about his diseases in his penis. Guess what? I've never once spoke to that person. Not a comment, not a text, not an email, not a phone call, nothing. There's only one comment I've ever put on this person's channel. It was warning them about somebody that she pulled up on her panel. Way back when, before any of this happened, I put one comment in her channel because she brought up somebody named Noelle. If anybody knows Noelle, she's autistic and she will pull her shirt up. She will stick her hand down her pants. She will get your channel taken down. All right. A bit of a porn bomber, but kind of like real life without the video. And she's done it so many people. And I just said, hey, I wouldn't bring that Noelle up there because I listened on a replay one time with the Whitaker stuff. And so that's the only one comment I've ever made to her, was warning her about, she had somebody up there that could have gotten her channel taken down. That's the only, so I've never spoke to this person. So for somebody to say, I'm trying to talk them into, yeah, why don't you join us making fun of somebody's penis? Come join us. That has never happened. So every time somebody says that, it's a freaking lie, and it's slander. And it's, what it's doing is gaslighting people to come and harass me over something I didn't even do. So there you go. He didn't even say he had a problem till over a week after I made my video. And my video wasn't about anything. Oh, and on top of it, you can ask Toddy. Every single time that Toddy came on my channel, backstage before we started up the live stream, every single time, you can ask her. I said, whatever you do, don't bring up this person or this person. In fact, don't bring up anybody, but don't mention these two people, because I'm trying to build a case. And I don't want to talk about these people. I don't want to mention them. I don't want to say anything, okay? You can ask her. Every single time I reminded her, don't talk about these people. And we never did. So receipts, please. Receipts. I want to see receipts of where I made fun of somebody's penis, where I made fun of somebody's diseases. I want to see all this. Well, I asked somebody to join in. I want to see receipts, otherwise, or an apology. I want an apology, or I want receipts, or there's going to be some legal action. I'm telling you, because I have a case on both of them, really. And I don't care. Guess what? You ask people. I don't care if you got money or not. So, yeah, never happened. Ever. Yet somebody keeps saying it. And I randomly have people coming over here attacking me about it. Something I didn't even do. And in the chat, hey chat, how many of you have seen me talk about anybody's penis? How many of you have ever seen me talk about him at all? I didn't. And I made sure nobody else did when they came on my channel. So, yeah, I'm tired of the slander, I'll tell you that. So I'm going to get back into the chat, and we'll go on back to the Whitakers now. But I'm telling you, in a month my suit's going to be over. Yeah. And I have built a file on both of them a mile thick. And you know what? That's what makes it even worse, because I made a point to never mention these people. From that day, from November, what was it? November 30th or whatever, when I did that video. Filed a report. Yep. From December 1st, made sure. And he didn't come out to what, December 6th, saying he might be sick or something. Yeah. So good luck. Good freaking luck, because you're going to eat your words. Every last freaking one of them. All right. And that's that. I'm not going to mention it again. But I'm tired of it. Knowing that he's got this disease, he's making fun of his penis. Who does that? Oh, I don't. Because you know what? I'm going to tell you, as a matter of fact, I probably got the cleanest mouth out here. I have the cleanest mouth out here. And I've got I'm the one that has trashed people less than anybody. Okay, besides Eric and Patrick. Okay, other than that, right? I don't trash people. I don't give a freaking fuck. You know why? You know I don't care? Is because they're not worthy of my attention. Okay? Think about that. They're not worthy of my attention. Now, yeah, I'm worthy of their attention, obviously, for months and months and months and months and months, but they're not worthy of my attention. And that's, you know, how it's going to be. So, anyway, I flew my jetpack over it. Really? You know, they had one of those on Gilligan's Island, and they made it sound like it was right around the corner. We were all going to have one, but we never did. Remember that on Gilligan's Island? He had that jetpack that he found, and yeah, I was had my hopes up. We were all going to have one of those someday, but we didn't. I don't think they went over too well. But anyway, glad you still have one. They're probably worth some money. um, it looked interesting to drive too. I'm charged up for. Oh, you are charged up for an ever late night. Let's get this party started. Good evening. Well, awesome. You know, I could go all night. Um, as I am a night owl. Greetings and salutations to you too, Grace, everybody. Justin, I hope you're doing well. I hope your health is good. And I hope your family is happy. Hope everybody's family is happy and doing well. I hope everybody's healthy too. And that's another thing, you guys. Words have energy. Okay. You put out good, you get back good. You put out hate, you get back hate. All right. Words have energy. And that's why they call it spelling. Okay. Because you can cast spells literally with your words, good or bad, you know. Oh, I'm getting mosquitoes in here. And I don't know why, because I don't have any door open or anything. Hopefully they won't be too bad this year. So anyway, yeah. Listening with busy hands. Okay, that's good. Good to be busy. Well, they say idle hands is the devil's workshop. Hey, Justin, hope you don't. One of my cats had 6 babies. Really? I have 4 here. I didn't know. 6 is a lot. That's a lot. Yeah. And yeah, I have 4, and then I got that 10-week-old kitten that got abandoned. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, so I woke up this morning and I don't know, there was blood splatter out right outside my door. I don't know what the hell happened. All the cats are gone. I don't know what the hell happened. Something came right up to my door, and they even got my cat here, the one on the desk. She's got something on her ear, but I haven't seen I've seen the mom, but not the babies. I got one baby in here. Anyway, that's the one thing about living up out in the country, out in the wilderness here, is that it's just sad. You know what? I was looking up life expectancy of a cat, and the indoor cats is like could be 15, 16 years or more, 17. Indoor outdoor cats was more like 8 to 12 or something. That's what she is, an indoor outdoor. Always been. She goes out whenever she wants, and in whenever she wants, and that's most of my cats. And then a completely feral cat from outside. That the life expectancy on a feral cat is 2 to 5 years, and that makes sense because I noticed that there's not, even though they're just, sometimes the cats will disappear, you know. And I found one. I don't know. Owls get it, hawks get it. I don't even know what kind of animals. I don't even want to think about it. But that's one thing, is you got to deal with that. When I was 10, our Siamese cat died at 19. Wow, that's a really good run. 19 years old. And it even said with good veterinary care, healthy eating, and whatever. If you can stretch it out to almost 20 or more. But 19 is really rare. 18, this cat here is really rare to be this old. And she's an indoor outdoor cat, so she's already at probably 8 years past expectancy at least. But she's really slowing down. She's not really. I'm encouraging her to drink and eat, but she's not. She is. She did. She got up and ate and drank. And anyway. Yeah, the missing cat. Yeah, that actually October 15th is when my 2 tortoise shells went missing. On the same day, in the same hour that I was gone. Couldn't even believe it. Still can't. Anyway, thank you. You know what? It is beautiful and green, and you know it. Just when these cats were born, like 5 weeks ago, it was still just 6 weeks ago. We still had like snow and everything was dead, and just within a month, everything went from brown, dead with snow patches, all the way to beautiful green. I mean, just so fast, you know. just 4 weeks ago, driving on the road, it just sticks, the trees, and they're filled in. But thank you. I love cutting grass, and I cut about 3 acres, so it takes a couple days, and then it's already time to cut it again on the front. We had that happen one time. We took my daughter's kitten to get shots and wormed, and they wanted to get her spayed, but she was too young. Vet said, bring her back in a month. She escaped, and we got, yep. They're little escape artists, too. When they want to have babies, they want to have babies. Yeah, she got knocked up good. She had 4 babies. Oh, they're so beautiful, though. Wow. Beautiful kittens. Like a calico and another patchy colored one, and then two tabbies. Beautiful. Yes, it is farther from the truth. Show me. I want to see a receipt. Show me where I'm talking about somebody's penis. Show me where I'm talking about that person at all. Show me anything. Show me one receipt. The receipts or it didn't happen. Receipts or it's a damn lie. Receipts or it's slander. Let's put it that way. Yeah, very poorly. That person should watch her. That person may end up on the wrong side of the lawsuit. That's right. I'm not afraid to sue people. Especially when I got a strong case, okay? That I can't lose. You know? Yeah. Yeah. You guys, my thing is sticking, and I'm trying to read these comments, but it's just freaking sticky. Hold on. Oh, man. This thing is, man, you guys, I'm going to get another computer. I'm going to get a desktop, I think. This thing is like, it's got squirrels running it on little wheels. It's like Ben Franklin's hand-me-down. I don't know. It's pretty old. Yeah, I just can't. Hold on. Let me throw some things overboard here. I need to. It's like a ship. I'm sinking here. I got to throw some stuff overboard. Hold on a second. All right, let's see if this is gonna help. All right, just threw all the luggage over. You know they used to do that. Matter of fact, back in the book of Jonah, right? That was 4,000 years ago, because that was actually a Mesopotamian tale. So that was even, but at least 4,000 years ago, they were on a ship, and Jonah was on the ship, and man, you guys want to hear the story? Do you guys know the story of Jonah? Anyway, this thing, I'm struggling with these comments here. It just flipped all the way back again. It's like spring loaded. You know what I mean? It's like that lawnmower. I wrapped it and it just springs back all the way to the bottom. Hold on a second. Yeah. Anyway, all because I did, because I did an interview with Justin. Because somebody else dropped the ball, so I picked it up. And that's really what the video was about. You know what I mean? Because I thought, let's listen with Justin. Listen, let people say what they got to say. And now he has his own channel. He can say whatever he wants to say, all he wants. All right. Good gravy. All right. Yeah, she has behaved very poorly. But, yeah. And I've had many people come over here harassing me because of that lie. Why are you making fun of somebody's diseases? Like, yeah, excuse me. Thanks for the evidence, loser. Block. It's farthest from the truth. Well, hey, Daphne. Good evening to you, too. You want to do another Bible talk? I will do that anytime, you guys. I am very... It's like, it's one of my wheelhouses, okay? One of the things I know the best is the Bible. And probably better than most people you've ever met. Just listen, your pastor really don't know that much. Sorry to tell you. They're at a very low level on the education. But yeah, I consider myself scholar level, and I believe Grace is probably scholar level too. That's all I watch. That's all I've watched for years is scholars. I love them. You guys, I should come on and bring you some channels to watch. And I don't know, but I guess you'd have to know the basics before you do Trying to figure out where I left off. Okay, here. We had that happen one time. We took my daughter's kitten to get shots. Okay, that's where I left off. Yeah, you really shouldn't get them spayed before a year, but they can get pregnant at 6, 8 months, 9 months. Oh, stinkers! They're very fertile. Yeah, I'll do a Bible talk anytime. I would love to. And you want to hear some more jacked up Bible stories? Actually, yeah, I got a lot of jacked up Bible stories I could tell. True. Absolutely true. People don't know these stories in the Bible, and they are just horrible. Hideous, jacked up stories. Which I'm not even sure why they, put that in there. All right. No, it's not my style. I don't have a filthy mouth. I don't talk about people's penises. I don't threaten people. I'm opposite of those guys. It's completely opposite. I'm chill. Ever since I was in high school, people knew me as being mellow. I'm a mellow person. I don't get mad. None of that. I just don't bother with certain things. And, and listen, what you're putting out, you're getting back. Nope, not my style. That ED video came out before he came out with this. Yeah, exactly. About a week later. And some people even thought the timing was a little suspicious and all that and made videos about it. I didn't say a damn thing. You guys know. I didn't say a damn thing. Haven't since. I made a point to. So to be over and over accused. Every time she goes live, I get accused of making fun of somebody's penis and their disease. Talking about somebody's penis. Okay, show me receipts. Because it didn't happen. And I hope you have the receipts for court. Yeah. Yeah, they were in the wrong. And I haven't said anything, have I? Just collecting files. Yeah. In fact, I don't even talk about my current lawsuit. When the trial is over, I already have my celebration plan. I'm going to a pizza place. And maybe I'll go live from my pizza place, and then I can talk about my lawsuit all I want, because it will finally be over. But I haven't said anything about my lawsuit. Nothing. I haven't given any details. People were around 6 years ago. They know when it started. They saw it happen. They saw it start. Otherwise, I just don't mention it. I can show you a bunch of videos too, interesting videos. Videos of me protesting out in front of the company with a megaphone and a 10-foot sign. I'll show you that. And you get your first glimpse of Kathy. When this lawsuit's over, I'm going to show you those videos of me. Yep. Yeah, it was a clever play on words. It's a pun. And some people, the puns go over their heads, right? A lot of people, the puns go over their heads, There's another mosquito. See, if I hit it on the wall or the ceiling, then it makes a mark. So, stinkers. I just don't want to hear that thing buzzing in my ear tonight when I'm going to bed. There it is. Sucker. It's a fast one. I think the life expectancy of a mosquito, if I remember, was 10 days. So. Anyway, I just feel bad about killing it, It only had 10 days or less to live. The headline was hilarious, though. I loved it. Yeah, it was. It was just a joke, man. And listen, a man that's secure in his manhood would have maybe called me a bitch or something and then moved on. Like Patrick, he just calls everybody a bitch. You call me a bitch and then move on, okay? But to dwell on it even 6-7 months later, weird. Yeah, but if you're secure in your manhood, you wouldn't say anything. You just say, fuck you, bitch. Move on. If it bothers you that much. But to dwell on it every day and then to flip it all around and, make something that wasn't. In fact, the video is still up. If anybody wants to see it, it's never taken down. There's none of them taken down. All my live streams are still there. Yep. But I know some people goes over their head. I clearly remember this video, and he wasn't even sick, but it was crazy that you was making fun of him being sick. Yeah, it was not true. Not true. Never made. Yeah, that was the video was before he said he was sick. Yeah, and I never mentioned him after December 1st. So anybody that says I ever said anything about him is a flat out liar. Anybody that's ever said I've talked about somebody's penis is a flat out liar, slander. So remember this video, and he wasn't even sick. Yep. So I'm making fun of it. Yeah. Well, you better roll out some receipts. Start looking now. I want an apology. You've not mentioned him at all. No, I watch everything you put out. I've come to all. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I said there's a lot of people who've come to every live because I don't have lives very often. I count on two hands how many lives I've done since September. Not much. A lot of people saw everyone. So no. And you know what? There would be clips. There would be people clipping that shit. And somebody even said that somebody made a video about me, a clip that watches every word that I say. And she put out a clip saying, Kathy admitted she smoked pot, but she was attacking this person for smoking pot. Like, wait, what? I never attacked anybody for smoking weed. What are you, freaking nuts, you lying, slandering bitch? I never said anything about somebody smoking weed. Never. More lies. Yeah. Yeah, it is furthest from the truth. Yeah. So anyway, we hope they have proof. I hope they have the proof. We're come up with some receipts for everything you've ever said. Or yeah. Oh boy, yeah, it got out of control on that one. I remember you said that before he was ever sick or in the hospital. I've said this so much. Thank you, Florida. But you know, some people have heard it so many times they actually believe it. They actually believe it. No, it's not my style. Yeah. So anyway, I don't want to dwell on that all night, but I'm putting it out there. Because yeah, soon I'm going to be freed up. Yeah, the interview that even he said was a failure. Yeah, even he said it was a failure. So how am I in the wrong saying this video, the interview was a wash? You know? Yeah. See how jerky this comment section is? My comment section's being a jerk. It's all jerky. Yeah. Yeah. But they're sticking to the lie, and that's okay. Flip it every time. All that all that bullshit over a minor little 13-minute critique video. How stupid it was. Somebody can't take a little critique on their interview. 11/29/25. Thank you, Victoria. Some of these videos I do about midnight, so sometimes they'll have the date the following day. You know, if I so tonight when I upload this, it might say June 1st. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, and I believe me, I upload a lot of things after midnight. Well, thank you. So yeah. Yeah, and you know, the intelligent people know that I don't say these things. I don't say these things about anybody. And you know what? I don't dox people. I don't go after them. I put out good vibes. You know what I mean? Because I want good vibes back. I don't want hate and anger and lies and all these other things coming back on me. That's why they don't come out of my mouth. Because I don't want it coming back. You know what I mean? And that's how the universe works. I could only imagine what the recourse was carrying on about. Yeah. I've been given a gift membership that month, and I should have gone in that. Oh, the Discord, and I didn't. Yeah. 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 Imagine what the slander was going on in there about me. But hey, the stuff I got recorded as public, and I got enough. Yeah, I commented on Toddy's video that your video was before his prostate. Thank you. Thank you. It was before his prostate. Absolutely, they were. Absolutely. That video was a week before he even said anything. Anything about being sick or anything. Yeah. Yeah. This thing is really yeah. And Toddy was big enough to say that she was wrong about that lady McCormick or whatever her name is. Yeah, and Justin had health issues. He called it bullshit. Yeah, when Justin had health issues, he called it bullshit. He said Justin used it as an excuse for convenience, even after Justin showed proof. Yeah, Justin was actually in the hospital, and he took a picture of himself in the hospital too, by the way. Yeah, and I don't doubt Justin is sick. Yeah, freaking mosquito in here. It's replaying on my screen. Yeah. You know, it'll make its way back to my bedroom and buzz in my ear all night. So I got to get him now. Hopefully he's the only one in here. I don't know where it went. Oh, I got something with eyeballs coming through the weeds. Yeah. FYI, BPH is a very common in men. Yeah. Yeah, BPH is, yeah, it happens. Men that age. It's actually common. Who is causing you slander? Can you say a name? Yeah, well, if the person, anybody, well, just put it this way, anybody who says that I make fun of somebody's diseases and talk about penises, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah. Okay, oh, Kathy, an apology. I know you're probably watching. Yep, that's right. But you know what? The sad thing is, and that's why I commend Toddy. She owned up to it. She said that, and I wasn't involved in that, so I'm not even, you know, whatever they did, the McCormick thing or whatever. Yeah, McCormick thing. She owned up to it. She said she was wrong. And how many people do that? Not many. Not many people admit they're wrong or apologize. You know what I mean? Or their apology is something like this: I'm sorry you heard me wrong, and I'm sorry you're too dumb to understand. That's the kind of apology you get. Oh, man. Yeah, we all know how it is. Oh, man. Yeah. Hold on a second. Holy crap, this thing is like spring loaded. Nope, didn't happen. Yeah, I was crickets. I didn't say a damn thing. I like to be in Kathy's world, and I like to be in my own world. I don't have a TV. I don't have a radio. I'm very careful what comes in my eyes and my ears and what comes out of my mouth, because words have energy. All right, you got it. I wish everybody would understand that words have energy. You can actually kill plants with words. Words have energy, and that's why they call it spelling, okay? Because you can literally cast spells with words. You know what I mean? Yeah. A2 Pause says, don't let the little things in life bother you. He's not. No, he's not. That's why I say he's not worthy of my time. Neither is she. Not worthy. I don't have time for somebody that slanders, just flat out lies about somebody, and then sits back and watches me get attacked because people actually believed it. Coming over here harassing me. Oh, so you like making fun of people's diseases, huh? No, but thanks for the evidence. It shows I'm being gang stalked by somebody's lie. Yeah, you don't need to make up crap to get views. No, I don't. In fact, what I do is I like to find things nobody else finds, and I come with my own original content. Yeah. Truth Seeker on the past says these father rights people and their associates are lying sacks. They train other abusive fathers to avoid child support and getting more abuse. time with the. You know what's funny? I don't know if you happen to be talking about a certain person, but that's what hit. That's what I believe. Eric's channel for the dad talk or whatever. If you watch some of those episodes, I mean, he gets really vicious about women. I have a clip of Eric. I could play it right now, but I don't want to get it strike. The clip of Eric is saying, "What do we need women for? They're just a warm, wet hole," or something like that. I got that. In fact, I put it up and then I took it down because I didn't even want to put that. I didn't even want to put that up there. So I took it up and then I put it down. But yeah, you can see. I have it. I have it. Yep, women are nothing but a warm, wet hole. Other than that, what are they? Or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. And it's so weird. If you watched Eric's last dad talk with his friend Jeff Morgan, Jeff Morgan's going through a divorce and he's using a Bible verse, which is so sad. Listen, I can see how people take Bible verses out of context and use them. Although a lot of the Bible, you guys, from front to beginning, from beginning to end, Old Testament and New Testament, wives were just purchased. You know what I mean? They were purchased. So yeah, if you're biblical, yeah, you're gonna go by some really horrible rules. And sometimes people like to cherry pick that stuff and use it against their wives. That they can dominate them and be mean to them and stuff. In fact, the Bible promotes slavery, Old Testament and New Testament. Even Jesus, all of them, Paul, they all promoted slavery. They made rules like you can beat them, but it like if they die 3 days within 3 days of beating them, then I don't know, it's a sin or something. But you can beat them, just don't beat them too hard. If they have children, those children are yours, and you can, they're not them. I mean, it's horrible, horrible. Yeah. So, when people believe me, I used to believe in that stuff, all the Bible stuff, and it's not good. But I see how people abuse it, and I mean, even y'all, anyone a piece of strawberry pie? Oh hell yeah, I do. Good to see you tonight, Marshmallow. I would love strawberry pie. So it's got like whipped cream and stuff in it. That reddish looking whipped cream. Oh, that sounds really good. I like sweets at night. Yeah. Dang, this thing's kind of. Second. Yeah. Thank you, Grace. Put up what was it? A 13-minute video? Yeah. The one that two people still can't get over and twisted into something that's not. Yeah. Yeah. I like, oh, hey, Sarah. I didn't even see you. I bet you're probably already in and out. It says past your bedtime. Good to see you tonight, Sarah, in North Carolina. I was an extra. You were an extra in the really? Do tell. An extra. I remember the Return to Gilligan's Island. It was, yeah, that was weird. Yeah. I should look at the comments on my phone because this is ridiculous. It's like I got to put on wrestling trunks to go write this chat over here. No, it's like, oh, let's see. It just doesn't stay where I want it to. Yeah, strawberry pie. Oh man, I love strawberries. And my son worked in a grocery store for many years, and he he talked to the produce guy all the time, and the grocery guy, and the produce guy told him that, and it is true, I looked it up, a strawberry, from the time a strawberry starts growing, it's got all the sugar it's going to have. So a little strawberry has the same sugar and sweetness as the big strawberry. So you only get so much. So big strawberry is going to be less sweet than a little strawberry. So the smaller the strawberry it is, the more sweeter it is. So I know people like to go buy strawberries. They always buy the pack with the biggest strawberries. Nope. I buy the package with the smallest strawberries because those are the sweetest. Yeah. 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 So you were an extra on the Return to Gilligan's Island. Do tell. What part did you play? Man, that was a long time ago. I remember that. Back then, all we had was TV. Even when my kids grew up, there was only TV. We didn't even have internet when they grew up. That my kitty in it. That's my kitty in and out whenever she wants, except after dark. I don't let her out. Sometimes she doesn't come in before dark, and she's about 12. Yeah, that's the key. Normally she comes in every night. I make sure everybody comes in, but she was sitting on the back of the chair right against the house, right next to the door, and literally touching the house. And yeah, something came in and attacked her and attacked, I don't even know who else. Scared all the cats away. The mom took 2 out of 3 babies and ran. And I'm stuck with her third baby here. And yeah, there's blood splatter on the chair and everything. I didn't even know what happened, but it scared all the stray cats away for about a day. You like my storytelling? Thank you. I got a lot of stories. I got some stories that you probably won't even believe that happened. But I tell it because it did happen, and I don't care if people believe me. Past your bedtime? All right. Gonna lay back with us. All right, Sarah, we're glad you have you with us. It is late. It is kind of past, in the East Coast, it's 11? And then the West Coast, it'd probably be 8, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. More jacked up Bible stories? I could tell jacked up Bible stories many nights in a row. Most of them are kind of jacked up. I mean, really, seriously jacked up. Like at the end of it, you're thinking, what the hell? Why would you even tell us that? What is that supposed to help? You know about my lawsuit? Yes, Grace does. Grace knows all about my lawsuit. She's been here since long before the thing happened. I be fine. Good to see you tonight. Welcome. Yeah, a lot of people know about I just haven't talked about it for years because, well, after the first round, I haven't talked about it. This is round 2. And it is a $300 billion company I'm suing. So the second round has been tough. So I haven't said anything on the second round yet. Yes, I do. I'd be happy because I'm at work and have something to watch. Oh, thank you. I like that too. I love listening to live streams when I'm outside. I always put my headphones on, stick the phone in my pocket, and I like long live streams. I could cut the grass, could do all kinds of stuff. And listen. I don't care what anyone says, your calendar to me was brilliant, and heck, I wished I had thought of doing it. Well, thank you, Florida. Yeah, I have it right in front of me here. And yeah, I've had a lot of new things to add to it, thanks to Eric. And you know what? We could go over. I do want to go over, especially Eric's last live stream. I know I mentioned a few things from it, but you guys, there's some. I listened to it again when I was cutting grass, and oh my gosh, there's some things in that last one. Everyone, there's things. I mean, what do you guys think of his friend telling West Virginia Adult Protection that they killed his friend, not other people. It'd be bad enough if he said, you know what, people from Adult Protection killed my friend, but he didn't say that. He said, you guys killed my friend. Put it on these people that aren't even involved. If we'll accuse them of that, and then tell everybody that they can kiss his ass, and that they had to come and solve their problem. 40 years, you didn't do nothing. I'm thinking, oh my God. What did I tell you guys from the beginning? Douche never, ever disappoints. And it makes it funnier is that Eric thinks he's helping. It's hilarious to me. Yeah, keep talking. Hi, Gamut. Good to see you. Welcome. Hope you had a wonderful day. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Um, yeah, this is the week that I have to have everything in the ground to feel good. You know what I mean? In order to, because if I have everything done by the first 7 days in June, then I always have a successful garden. So, anyway, this is go time for me this week. We're not all here for the Mensa meeting. That's good. The Mensa people can be really weird. I remember there's like been more than one murder story from a Mensa member. Sometimes they, yeah. Yeah, who did that? I could listen to you all night. Well, thank you, Topaz. Yeah, so I got Bible stories I'd love to go through because I love talking about the Bible. I think it's fascinating. I don't no longer believe it's the word of God because no God would write a book like that and make it so complicated and make so many mistakes and have so many contradictions page to page and get the mountains mixed up. One day, Moses on Mount Sinai, and the next day it's what? Not Mount Hermon, but whatever. But yeah, so if God wrote a book, it would be something that could never change. It would be true. There's no contradictions, and that's just not true. I've gone through the 197 contradiction list. I don't know how many. Once a year, probably I did it, or in almost 10 years or whatever. But I think the Bible's fascinating, and there is some true stuff in there. There's some good, useful things in the Bible that are true, and a few things that actually touch on spirituality that are true. Spiritual things, you know what I mean? There's some nuggets in there. A couple of those content creators act like they're still in high school, not even. Yeah, it's more like junior high, name calling. And then when somebody gets mad, they go get all their friends and want to go meet them down at the, park to fight. That's weird. Yeah. It's called Arrested Development. They call it AD for short. Purchase property or yes. Yeah. Yeah. So a man would purchase, it's called a dowry. So a man back then in the Bible days, Old and New Testament, the man would pick out a wife, and usually she's 12 or 8 or whatever, she's young. And the guy, makes a deal with the dad, and he has to pay a dowry, which is the price for the girl. And so it could be a bunch of sheep, it could be money, it could be whatever, a mule, whatever. And the prettier she is, the more money you get. And if she's ugly, and in fact, there's a story, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? And Jacob had 2 wives, and he got tricked into marrying the first one, but he didn't like her because her eyes were all cockeyed. So she wasn't worth as much. He got ripped off. So because they tricked him. He worked 7 years for this wife, and then the wedding night, the father-in-law got him drunk, and he went into the tent to consummate the marriage, and they have stuff all over their face. So I guess he didn't know until he woke up in the morning that the guy slipped the other sister with the cock eyes. I mean, their eyes weren't lined up. And so he says, "Hey, I got ripped off." And he goes, "Nope, you bought her. Now you got to work another 7 years for the other one." I'm telling you, there's a lot of bad stories in there. But, and by the way, those are the patriarchs that you're supposed to look up and admire. Just now cut up a live stream. I can't believe anybody say that. I know, right? Italian girl. Anybody that has watched me knows that I don't have a filthy mouth. I don't talk about people's penises. It's ridiculous. I got a chill vibe over here, and I don't have the anger. I don't have the yelling and the swearing, the foul mouth, the cussing, the trash mouth. I don't lie on people. I don't, mostly for my own, for myself, because I just don't want to. I don't want bad karma, and I don't want that shit coming back to me. You know what I mean? And you know what? It works out good because the universe rewards people that live by the rules. If you live by the rules, you'll notice. Universe, notice they see everything we do. God, the universe, the heavens, and they keep track. And you get back what you put out. And I want good things back. That's why I put out good things, because I want good things back. You know? Yeah. So yeah. I meant to say I remember watching Gilligan's Island every day. Yeah, I skipped. I didn't see what your first one. Yeah, I used to come home from school and watch Gilligan's Island. I love that. Even at the beginning when the skipper and Gilligan are they're pretending, remember it's raining and they got the ship and the ship's tipping back and forth. And you can see the skipper's elbow goes outside the piece of cardboard. I always think, man, I'm a little disappointed about that. Like they should have reshot that, made sure skipper's elbow didn't, Anyway. Some fun facts about Gilligan's Island. You know what it was? You know what they shot the first episode, the pilot episode, around the time that Kennedy was assassinated, right? And when on the Gilligan's Island at the beginning, at the intro, right? There used to be a different song. You can look this up. There used to be a different intro song on the pilot. Then they switched it to the Gilligan's Island song. But as they're leaving the port, when they're leaving out the ship out of the, out of the slipper, they're going out of the port they show the boat. And in the background, you can see the flags at half staff. And because Kennedy had been shot. But they shot Gilligan's Island on I think it was Hawaiian island, an island in Hawaii. And they were shooting Gilligan's Island on I don't even think it was an island. I think it was just a beach or something. And the Gilligan's, the lagoon, that's handmade. That's homemade. That's not even a real lagoon. But yeah, when they're shooting it though, so they shot their episode and they didn't even know they were out of range for television and radio and phone signal, and they didn't even know John F. Kennedy got shot till they came back. Then they found out he got shot, and you'll see the flags at half mast. And you'll also notice that the boat that's leaving the port, at the beginning, it's a different boat than the one that's on the lagoon. And you'll see also that in the lagoon, it's tipped on its left side and the hole's on the right. And then you'll see other things where it's on the right and the hole's on the left. Anyway, a lot of things. I've watched a lot of those things that people missed videos. You listen to a lot. Yeah, me too. When I do my gardening, I'll always when I'm working outside, usually. One thing I don't like though is when I have to bend over my headphones. I got sound canceling and they kind of fall off my head. So when my head's upside down, they always fall off. That's my only gripe about my headphone. But it was a scene I was in. We were walking down Hollywood Boulevard and I was approached and asked to be extra. It was a scene where we waved them back. Oh, really? That is cool. They just took you right off the street, huh? So you're in California, right? Yeah. Agreed, Kathy. Too many contradictions. Yeah. You're talking about the Bible, right? Yeah, many times, a list of 200 of them. And I've always said I can add so much more to that list. I could add a lot more to that 197. And each one of those 197, I can add more contradictions to. As you can see and I love Bible trivia. We used to do it every Friday for many years, probably 8 years, maybe 7. Went to it for the last year or two. But yeah, we did Bible trivia for years every Friday. I was emptying out a house in I don't even know where. It was a long drive though, I remember that. And my worker and me had to empty out a person's basement, and they had a whole wall full of books. And so we were filling up the trash cans with books, and they were heavy. And the two guys were bringing the books up the stairs, and I found a Bible trivia book, and I said, "Hey, we're gonna have this." And we use that book every Friday till the book fell apart, and I had it together with binders and tape, and it just the whole book is in pieces. That's how much we used it. Yeah, completely in pieces. Yeah, a terribly hot day, and we redid the scene 20 times before it was finished. Then after they did a meet and greet. Did you get paid anything or no? A meet and greet. So you got to meet everybody except for Ginger, right? Because didn't Ginger wasn't she like a rebel and she didn't like um doing that stuff? So did you meet them all? And right now, the only one that's still alive is Ginger, if she's still alive. The only Gilligan's on crew is Ginger. She's the only one alive. My cucumber seeds just sprouted, but I need to get some dirt first to my raised beds before I can plant them. But I'll get there. Yeah, I'm about the same. I gotta go dump what's in my trailer at the dump, and then I gotta go down and get a load of black dirt. And I do that every year, and I top off my beds every single year. Yeah. So, yep, I get it. Yeah, I don't put anything in the ground until I do that too. So, yeah, this week I'll have to do that. I thought it was always delusional. Yeah. Who was your favorite? Say it out loud. So you met the Gilligan's Island staff, huh? You know who I met one time? I met the cast of Casey Jones. Casey Jones and Roundhouse Rodney and the nurse Carmen. I don't know if you guys had that show. But so my mom one time when I was a little kid, she asked me how much I weighed, and I said I weighed 50 pounds or 55 pounds. And I said, why do you want to know? And she said, because you're going on an airplane tomorrow. And she's going to pay by the weight. So they had this fundraiser or something where you can meet the crew or the people with Casey Jones, Roundhouse Rodney, Mr. Green Jeans, and Nurse Carmen the nurse. And then you meet them, and then you get to weigh yourself, and then you pay per pound, and you get on an airplane ride. And it was a little twin engine, little sheriff's plane. It was a sheriff's plane. And so my mom stayed on the ground. She's afraid of flying. So me and my sister and my brother and my brother's friend, we got in the plane, and yeah, we went for a ride. It was really cool. And then when we got down, we waited in line, and we met Casey Jones, Roundhouse Rodney, and all them, and we got autographs on these little cards. And Casey Jones was being difficult, and I saw him years later. I saw him on interviews, and they said I guess he was like an alcoholic or something, and he hated kids. And he did. He was kind of mean. Well, he looked like he wasn't happy to be there. And then I always wondered why is he mad, or why is anyway. Years later, I learned he didn't like kids, and he drank a lot. So yeah. Anyway, that was about the same era, the 60s, and then Gilligan's Island was in the 70s. Yeah. Well, that's cool. So they do pick people off the street in Hollywood, huh? I'd be careful because you hear the stories. Make sure somebody knows where you're going. That's cool. I forgot what that was about, but didn't they get off the island, and then they ended up at the end? They ended up back on the island again, same island or something. I want to find out more about Dwayne. I don't see how he's innocent in all this. We're seeing him all the time. Then he disappeared like Houdini. Okay, here. Well, my theory about Dwayne is, I think Dwayne thought it was all fun and games. He knew. I believe, my opinion. I think that Dwayne knew that Eric was pulling some shit because I saw a video where he said that I've known Dwayne for 15 years. I saw it on Dad Talk. He said we were talking about knowing Dwayne for 15 years. I'm thinking, dang, that's a while.
He didn't just meet him. And so I can see how he backed up his buddy because they know each other and I think they're just putting on a face when they go on these live streams. You know what I mean? They're covering for each other, in my opinion. And then the day on, so I think Dwayne was all for Eric, but what was the day? It was September 15th, Monday, 1 week after the family was taken. Family was taken, absconded, or what do they call them? Ejected, or whatever he said, on September 15th. They were taken out of the home September 8th, Monday, and exactly 1 week later, on the next Monday, the 15th, the state police announced their investigation. And that's when Eric got all upset. But Eric said Dwayne was the one who called him and said, "Hey, do you know that your name's on this investigation with Patrick?" And he said that's how he found out. Dwayne called him. And then shortly after that, I could look it up, but you could look it up. Dwayne put that video out. And Dwayne was like taking pot shots at Eric. And I thought, does he know that he's like shitting on Eric with this video? Because it makes him look like both Eric and Patrick were jerks. And I never could understand that, but I think that's when I think when Dwayne told him about the charges, I think that's when probably right then and there Dwayne wanted to distance himself. You saw his wife too. I don't think those two want to get involved in this bullshit. And then so he's the one that broke it to Eric. And then I don't know, it was a week later. He put out a timeline video the same week I put out my timeline video. And I'm like, wait a minute. And then I used some of the stuff off his to fill in mine. So shortly after, the police announced that Eric is a suspect in the fraud. And I think that's when Dwayne just distanced himself, made that video, kind of shitting on Eric a little bit. And he probably, I'm guessing that he probably cooperated with the police to the fullest. And that probably explains why they ain't talking. He ain't mentioned Dwayne. He says the only one that's been by his side was Douche and Jeff kind of. No, he said he forgot all about Jeff until a month ago. That's what a good friend he is. But yeah, he forgot all about Jeff. But Douche has been by his side. And but yeah, he ain't said nothing about Dwayne except he's the one that said, "Oh, you're a suspect." Yeah, well, that's cool. Yeah, it'd be cool if they gave you an autograph or some money or something. And it's just cool to be in an episode like that. So you could pull up that episode and see yourself in there, right? But that's what I think about Dwayne. I think he stepped back and he probably told the investigators everything. Why else are they not talking? And why else did Eric never once say that Dwayne stood by him? He's named other people, but not Dwayne, which is weird. If you've known him for 15 years. But that's what we told my daughter's husband when they got married. No take backs, right? And no backsies. Yeah. And that's good. I don't know. Yeah, when I meet somebody, I'm in it for life, But there's a lot of people who hey. What are you guys doing? Hold on a second. Oh, where's the damn flashlight? I've got tissue on here. Hey! What is happening out here? Okay, the two babies are back. The two missing babies are back. Oh, and the mom. Goodness gracious. Never a dull moment, I tell you. Just something came in and I heard a cat fight. Oh. You okay, baby? She's okay. Oh, sorry about that. If I pound on the window, they'll stop. Usually it's this big red cat that comes out of nowhere. And I'm trying to keep him away. It's just cause trouble. Anyway. I don't know, probably Skipper. So I was so hot and I was over it shortly after we arrived. But we were taken to a location on a bus and it was on the ocean. So we couldn't leave early. Oh wow. That's cool. So yeah, you could see yourself on that episode, huh? That's cool. I was in a background one time. I was a background extra one time. It was, I'll tell you when it was. It was somewhere around 1984. I was working in a doctor's office and it was in St. Paul, Minnesota. And it was, the clinic was attached to a school building. It was like the end cap of a school building. It was a clinic. And so it was kind of cool. It was a high school. And so I could go to the cafeteria and go through the line like a teacher and get a school lunch for like $1.50 or whatever. But anyway, what's that guy's name? Emilio Estevez came, and the whole Hollywood, everybody, they did a lot of videos in Minnesota. Grumpy Old Men was right over by my old house, probably 2 blocks from my old house. Grumpy Old Men, and Grumpy Old Men was right down by my work too. They had at Cooper's, so and Phelan Lake and all that. So it was right by my house, right by my work. But where I was an extra in was Emilio Estevez movie. It was called That Was Then, This Is Now, or something like that. And the reason I was an extra because there was a time when we were going to go to lunch. They were shooting this movie in like for 2 weeks. They had the Hollywood there, and sometimes we couldn't come out the door because they were outside shooting, so we had to wait until we got waved through. And then one time they said, all right, you want to be an extra? Come out of the door and don't look at the camera. And we said, okay. So we came out the door. So I am coming out the door in that I am the extra in that movie. Not paid or nothing. Just, anyway, I guess they shot in Minnesota because, I don't know, taxes or something. There's some reason Hollywood picked Minnesota for a lot of movies. I don't know. But yeah, I was in the background in that. I think it was That Was Then, This Is Not, one of his movies. But yeah. And they said, okay, when we give you a signal, come out, but don't look at the camera. All right. So that was cool. I got to go to the city tomorrow. Got to be picked up at 6 a.m. Yikes. Pray I get up. Doctor's appointment all day. Have a great night now. Well, I wish you well at your doctor, Tie-Dye. Gammy. Yep, that is early. That's early for me. That is really early. Anyway, but I wish you well. I hope everything turns out better than you ever imagined. Hope it all goes great. Unique experience not many can claim. By the way, can I have your autograph? Ginger passed. Oh, did she? Did she die? Then I think they're all gone, right? I don't think anybody's left then. I think she was the remaining cast member. Yeah. This thing is kind of getting sticky on me again. We have a friend who is an extra in one of the zombie movies. I always ask for his autograph. You on vacation? I was on vacation. Oh, in California? Really? And you got picked to be an extra? What are the odds of that, huh? Right place, the right time, I guess. My nephew had a crush on Dawn Wells until he discovered her real age. Yeah, I thought she was always way prettier than Ginger. And I guess Ginger was not pleasant to work with, they said. That's why they replaced her. Remember the fake Ginger? They swapped Ginger out. Yeah. That's cool. Did you ever do crime scene cleanup? Not actually. Well, no, I didn't. I've been in houses where there's been a mess, you know what I mean? But by the time I come, like anything that's blood soaked is gone. And so, like, if you ever go to a house and you see a big square cut out of the carpet, yeah, that's where they found the person. or a lot of times in the bed. So they'll take out the crime scene people or the any unattended death, unless you're, it has to have an autopsy and all that. So my first clue that there was, and usually if I asked the realtor, he'd tell me, but um, there was always purple gloves on the floor wherever they. So when I go into a house, it's just the way it was. I'm always the first one in, so always what I would see is a pair of these purple rubber gloves, because the coroners always wear these purple rubber gloves. And so you'll see the purple rubber. Whenever they're done doing the body, they take the gloves off and drop them right on the ground. So whenever you go into a house, you can see where the purple gloves are. That's where they found. And yeah, sometimes the mattress will be gone, or the carpet will be cut out. So yeah. But no, I never did that. Yeah, I come after the people get the gross stuff out. Mr. Green Jeans was from Captain Penny. They were all for, I think it was WCCO. It was a certain TV station. Could have been Channel 11, but it was the TV station that was doing the airplane rides, and they had Green Jeans, Roundhouse Ronnie, Carmen the Nurse, and the star was Casey Jones, but he was kind of crabby. And yeah, and then years later, I saw videos where he didn't like kids and he liked to drink a lot, which kind of makes sense from what I saw. I pray for the day that handcuffs are put on Eric. The Whitakers deserve justice. Yeah, me too. And I don't know if that's going to happen or not. Statute of limitations probably a couple years. They always give a little more on financial crimes because the evidence is always hidden. And anyway, let's hope so, because yeah, it's not fair that Patrick is the only one that goes down for it. And it really doesn't make their it doesn't make their state look very good. Like, no, it wasn't somebody from the outside. It was one of our own that did it. You know what I mean? The guy from Georgia's, he didn't do nothing. Yeah, I do too, Pause. I sure hope that there's an arrest. I hope he has to do something. He's acting all cocky like he got away with something. I don't know. Should get a copy of the episodes passed on to the grandkids. Yeah, if you don't already have a copy. My husband and I celebrated our 47th wedding anniversary, May 12th. Well, congratulations. Wow. You know what? I got married in September 1980. And so you must have been married right before that. And yeah. Yes, it must have been 1979 or something. Well, congratulations. Not a lot of people make it to 47. I remember my parents' 50th wedding anniversary. They had a big party at our house. When I was growing up. Yeah. Oh, shoot. How's that? Dang it, Bill. Love the Grumpy Old. Yeah, that was on Lake Fallon, and that's right where my last house was. I was right off that lake, so yeah. And they also had scenes down at Cooper's, and Cooper's was right down the block from where we used to work. So we'd see the movie Hollywood set thing up there. And Cooper's just went out of business. It was a family grocery store for decades. But, sometimes the younger generation will get the business handed down and they just sell it. It's just a sad thing because that was just a landmark down there, Cooper's Grocery. Yeah, Grumpy Old Men. And then they had a follow-up, Grumpier Old Men after that. Let's see. Boy, this thing is just all over. Let's see. Yeah, that was good movies back then. But yeah, that was Minnesota. Taped in Minnesota. It was during the winter when you can drive on the lake. And that's what they were doing there, ice fishing on Lake Fallon. That's yeah, it's about a block from my old house. Um, happy belated anniversary. Yes, happy anniversary. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, that's very impressive. I mean, that's two people who know how to compromise. You know what I mean? Yeah. I believe I would have probably been married the rest of our lives if my husband hadn't passed away. I just never saw us was gonna split up. Never even had an argument. Never. Yeah, never really, never fought, never had an argument, never raised our voices. It was fun. Let's see. Dang, this thing's really hard. Okay. Okay, sorry, hubby corrected me. Correction. It was actually called Surviving Gilligan's Island in 2001. That's 25 years ago. That's cool. Surviving Gilligan's Island. Yeah, because Gilligan's Island, they did have a couple spin-offs, didn't they? I think they tried to resurrect it while the people were still alive. Yeah, Ginger was the last one. I think she was 84, 85 when she passed. 2022, same year your mom passed. Easy, yeah. Yeah, that's easy to remember, huh? Yeah, so yeah, I think she was the last surviving one. Huh. It's so funny, the Howells. The Howells thought money could solve all their problems. And they brought a bunch with them. Like suitcases of money on a 3-hour tour. Oh man. Yeah, Kathy the man who lost phone. Yeah, the chair. Yeah, that is true. There was so one time I came on a live stream and I told everybody, you guys, we gotta pray for this guy. I was just at somebody's house to do a bid. Okay, I went to go bid a job. And when and it's kind of, do I even want to tell this story? It's kind of sad. Man, it's just weird. Yeah, the guy ended up after I left. So I went and talked to this guy. Anyway, you guys even want to hear that story? It's a sad story. Yeah. Somebody took their life as soon as I left the house, and it was really sad. And I got on as soon as I left that house. The realtor called. I was just gonna go down the block and pull over and call the realtor and tell him I think this guy's gonna take his life. I told everybody that. And I told them, they said, why? What's he doing? I told them what he's doing. And they said, no, he's just weird. Don't worry about it. And then I'm like, I know he's going to do it. And then I came home and I did a live stream. I told everybody, please pray. Cause I was with this guy probably half an hour talking to him. And he said it without saying it. It was just, it's like I can't go tell somebody because you had to be there. Right. And, yeah, he did. After I left, he took his life. And then, the police got involved and that was bad. Yeah, just I could tell that whole story. I don't know if I got the energy. But and then the next night I came on the live stream. I was crying because I felt bad. I had to pull myself together to do the live stream. And God, I felt so bad because I knew he was going to do that, but nobody believed me. Yeah, he did it after I left. Yep. Anyway, sad deal, man. I just had a second opinion with orthopedic surgeons. They say no to reattach my shoulder tendons. I said not to shoulder replacement because I'm not really hurting yet. I can still use my arm. Yeah, you know what? I was supposed to get knee surgery because I had torn ligaments, tendons, and I got cartilage floating in my knee. And they wanted me to have surgery too, but you know what? You got to remember, the older you get, the harder surgery is on people. It's really hard on your body the older you get. These surgeries might take some life off of you, in my opinion. It's just like this. You wouldn't think nothing about driving a brand new car across the country, right? But would you drive a 30-year-old vehicle across the country? No, because it's the same thing. It's like putting an old body through a cross country. It's just like a car. Yeah, new car, yeah, it's going to go across the country, no problem for years. But once it gets old, 20, 30 years old, it's not, it's not going to make it like a new car. You know what I mean? It's the same with the body. I believe it takes away from your life. I believe it. It's really hard on your body. Even the surgeon will tell you that. So if it's not necessary, I would keep putting it off. I put my knee surgery off, and most days it's all right. There's some days where it hurts like hell, but no, I don't want to have another surgery. I've had 2 back surgeries. I've had, my shoulders have been torn out, and I'm going to tell you, I tore both my shoulders. I tore the muscles and the tendons in both of my shoulders. Actually, was running like a jackhammer thing all day, and they'd never been the sense. And I still can't raise one arm over my head. But yeah, I just don't want any more surgeries. I'd rather try to tough through it and build those muscles back up. But yeah, sorry about that, because I know what torn. Oh man, yeah, just raising your arms up over your head. Yeah, it's been years since I tore the tendons in my shoulders, and it's still. I mean, I'm working on it. I do exercises trying to lift my arms up, and over time, like you can take your hand and put against the wall and crawl up the wall with your fingers. They'd show you that, and make your arm go up high as you could. Anyway, I do exercise like those. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so sorry to hear that, though. I mean, you can't do a lot without your shoulders or your knee or your back. But shoulders are a hard one, because if you're trying to fix your hair, anything, anything that you have to lift your arms up for, getting a cup out of the cupboard, you know what I mean? Getting a plate out of the cupboard, so anyway, yeah, I feel for you there. You're a 19-year-old, just turned 21. We were high school sweethearts. Oh yeah. 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 I was in high school too. Wow. Not many high school sweethearts are still together 47 years later. We lasted 17 years. Been friends ever since. In fact, my ex-husband called me about 11:30 last night. He had pictures. My son got a new place. My son moved into a new place, and it's really beautiful. And we talked about my son, and we talked about this cat here, because he's known the cat too. And I've had this cat almost 20 years, and he loves the cat a lot too. So we talked about the cat. But yeah, we're still friends. We got kids, we got grandkids. You know what I mean? We learned to get along. But yeah, our friends that got married, like in '78, like a year before, 2 years before us, they're still married. They're still married. But yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty rare. A lot of people just throw in the towel. They get in a couple fights and just say, "Yeah, I want a divorce." You know? But yeah, that's pretty good. That's what I like. A second. Sounds like it's raining, but it can't be. Get it? Actually, I hope it is, because I'm watering my plants. Yeah. And you know what, though? my ex-husband had that shoulder tendon surgery on one of his arms. I think one. Anyway, he had to sit. He after that surgery, he had to be off of work for a long time. I think it was 6 weeks or 2 months. He had to be off work for a while, and he had to sit in a reclining chair. And my son had to go over there and wait on him. And but it's the recovery from that shoulder surgery is no joke. You know what I mean? Um, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. 79. Yep. Yeah. Yep. We were still dating in 79. Dang, I'm trying to get the comments in there. Eluding me. That's pretty good. I would like to grow old with somebody. That's what I've always wanted. That's beautiful, not my monkeys. Rare these days, what makes it more beautiful. Absolutely. They want to try to take glucosamine. I heard that helps with joints. Yeah, I want to keep my shoulder cartilage healthy as possible. Yeah, I don't know. I just look into all that. You know, I've been off all medications for probably 10 years. I haven't, maybe take 3 Advils, or Advils about 3 times a year. Usually it's at harvest time or planting time. But yeah, I haven't been on any medications for at least 10 years. I haven't even been to a doctor. I went and had my blood drawn and told her I wanted a SMAC 20, which is a panel. I mean, it tells all your levels and stuff, and every single thing was normal. So I must be doing something right. You know what I'm doing right? Staying away from the doctor. Anyway. Yeah, glucosamine, yeah. Just do your research, yeah. It's been raining there. Yeah, I think it is raining because I can hear it on the roof. I have a metal roof and it's very distinct. And I agree, you do have the cleanest mouth on YouTube. Not what did you mean by calling him AD? Once again, the way he talks about other, that isn't anything, but would like for you to address it. Yeah, I did say ED because it was the pun, you know what I mean? Because his interview didn't rise to the occasion. It was a pun. 8:46, and I don't know how far I am behind, but yeah, so it is 10. It's yeah, so you're 2 hours. 2 hours. Would that be behind me or? Yeah, I'm in the future. I'm at 10 minutes to 11, so I'm in the future. We need rain. 10-day stretch. Coming out of 10-day stretch with yeah. You know, now I think of it, we haven't had rain, which I liked. But yeah, once everything goes in the garden, I want the rain. Yeah, we've had a dry patch too. You're right. Reattaching tendons was easy for me to recover, but total shoulder replacement would be hell. Yeah. Yep. It's a long recovery. Catwoman, you can view this. Yeah. Yes. But yes, you do have to be easy. Yeah. Yeah, it's like you got to be in an easy chair, recliner, whatever. Yeah, I'm always ahead of myself. Which way? Not on comments, that's for sure. Yeah, but he had to be in so he had to be in a reclining chair. I'm not sure why. I think he even had to sleep in the reclining chair, if I remember right. I can't remember. But my son had to go over there and take care of him, and my grandkid. And for a while, he couldn't even use his arm. Yeah. So yeah. I finally caught up. What is it? An hour and 104 minutes. I've caught up on comments. Oh. Yeah. You were born in 78? Oh. Yeah, you're just a couple of years younger than my children. My kids are in their 40s. Yep. Yeah, 78. I think that's about when we met. I met my husband. Yes, they recommended that you sleep in a reclining chair after surgery for your shoulder, but I never did. Yeah, that's what he had to do. He had to sleep in a reclining chair. I don't know if that like strengthens it or I don't know. I just thought that was weird, but yeah, I guess that's what happens. Yeah, so um yeah, and for him it was hard recovery. I mean, it was a long recovery. No, but I've always known knee replacements. On the other hand, knee replacements are always good. I mean, I've never heard a complaint in 20 years of working in a doctor's office, and I was in the X-ray. I X-rayed everybody that had anything with the bones, and I've never heard anybody not have a good knee surgery, knee replacement, and I don't think I've ever heard anybody have a bad experience. Everybody was always happy they did it. My dad had knee replacement surgery, but yeah, I saw for 20 years. I talked to every patient, you know. Yeah. Going on 9 p.m. here and it's still 80 degrees out. Wow. That is hot. So you don't roll over. Oh, that's why. So you don't roll over. Thank you. Yeah, I just remember you had to be in a recline chair. That was just a year or two ago. Supposed to take the stress off the shoulder. Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, T, bro. Good evening to Kathy and all my peeps in the chat mods. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, T, bro. Good to see you, and I hope your wife is doing well. It's midnight, so it is June 1st. How does Monday morning look to you? All is well here. We got some stuff going on, but nothing too bad. Yeah, I hope your wife is feeling good and recovering. But yeah, I do want to go over. I could go over in the next day or two. Go over Eric's live stream. Now he said he's going to have one a week. Keep those views and that monetization coming in. Thank you. Yes, almost June 1st. Yeah, in New York. 11:54 here. That's what. Oh, it's 10:54 here. Yeah, so you guys are on the same time zone. It seems like when I was little, it seemed like Minnesota. Because I've been to Florida. We drove to Florida more than once, actually. I had relatives in Florida, in Crestview. Crestview or Clearwater? No, it was Crestview. It was by the Eglin Air Force Base. Family members are in the military, and they live by the Eglin Air Force Base, and yeah. But I always thought Minnesota was straight down to Florida, but now it seems like it's over to the east. Seems like you guys floated over a little bit, but yeah, so you're in the same time zone in Florida that they are in New York. Yeah. What state am I in? I'm in Minnesota, and it is 10:55 here. Yeah. My sister's husband got an infection after knee surgery. They had to take it out. You're kidding, and had to go without. What? How do you even go without? When he was supposed to have it redone, the doc got COVID and had to reschedule. Yeah, because I've seen those knee replacements. The doctors used to have them on their desk all the time. They had the hip replacement, the ball and socket, and they had the knee thing, and they used to bring it in the room and show people while they're gonna do their knee and their whatever. But yeah, I don't know if that's probably the first time I ever heard anybody with a bad knee surgery. Everybody's really happy, and for years, probably 20 years, I sold stuff out of people's houses, and I've sold probably 100 different stationary bikes, exercise bikes, and I would say 90% of those exercise bikes went to somebody who just had knee surgery, because the doctor will tell them after knee surgery that you need to get a stationary bike and pedal on it. So like almost every stationary bike I sold was for somebody who just had knee surgery. And then my dad had knee surgery, and I said, you know what? Forget the whole bike. I got this little thing that you put on the floor, and it's got pedals, and you can just sit in a chair and pedal it. And I said, just do that. Well, little miss says, oh, dang, I just lost it. Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez. Hold on a second. This thing just does whatever it wants. I hear his little miss says, I'm coming out of the bushes, Kathy. Hey, I'd love to listen to you talk and tell you so. Well, thank you, little miss. I appreciate that. Glad you came out and said hi. We're happy to see you. Hope you've been doing well. Yeah, COVID was jacked up, man. There's a lot of people didn't get the care they needed during COVID, and it was, to me, in my opinion, it was all unnecessary. Bull crap. They were turning away patients, waiting for this big rush of people that never came. And so yeah, a lot of people didn't get proper care, I believe, during that time. Oh, you coming out? Here comes the mama. Coming out of her cage. Onto the catwalk. Let's see if her babies get up. Yep, she got out. I made a catwalk. Let's see the catwalk. It goes from across there. So she climbs out of the cage. The babies are back there. You can't see them. But she can come and go now. I built a catwalk so you can just go right off onto the table. She's not using it, but maybe she don't really know. And then she can jump from this up to the window and watch out, and she can jump down. She's loving this cage though, because they were in the bathroom and they were in a box, a big box, but a Walmart box, but a box. Oh, there's one. Hi, baby. Here, let's get a little light on it. They're only 5 weeks old. There's one. Hey, baby. Not you. Talking to the baby. Oh, they're coming out because mama came out. Yeah. So yeah, I got this catwalk here. It goes like that. Oh, what the hell was that? Oh, 1 second. I got something hitting the window behind me. That is so weird. She brought them other kittens back up here. Weird. Anyway. Yeah, no, a lot of people do good with knee surgery. Her husband ended up dying without ever getting his kneecap. That is weird. Kneecap is called a patella. And I only one time in my life have I seen somebody with a broken patella, which is the kneecap. I think only once, maybe twice in 20 years. But I specifically remember the person who had a broken kneecap was an old man. And it was so sad because the guy was like 80 years old. He comes in a wheelchair, and he oh God, it's so sad. His wife had just died, and it was wintertime, and he went to the cemetery to put flowers on her grave, and he slipped on the ice and he landed on his knee, and that was the first time I ever saw a patella that was cracked. It's almost impossible to break a patella, which is a kneecap. Used to do a X-ray view called the Sunrise, and you'd have them, if they could, lay on their stomach and pull their knee back with the bandage or ace bandage. Anyway, perfect view, and it looks like a sunrise coming out behind two mountains. That's what I call it, sunrise view. And yeah, he had a cracked kneecap, and I thought, wow, that's probably the first time I ever saw one. Maybe there might have been another one, but that was probably the. Anyway, it's so sad. He slipped putting flowers on his wife's grave. I'm just like, oh my god, it's so sad. Good evening to you too. Uh, yeah. Um. Huh. Well, that's sad because I'm not even sure how you can even bend your leg without a kneecap. You know what I mean, yeah, the bones go in each other. You know, the femur is that big thigh bone. It's the biggest, largest bone in the body. And then you go down to the tibia and the fibula, and the thing that holds it all together, kind of the the cap and the kneecap, kind of protects it all. So without that, yeah, that would be just horrible and painful. Yeah, they are cute. And then he is, and this dog here is on kitten overload because this is the first day that they've been out of the bathroom. So he's just obsessed. He's going to have to get locked in my room tonight. He just can't stop looking at these kittens. Yeah. So that's their little thing. That's the catwalk. Where is it? Right there. So yeah, she climbs up, gets on the catwalk. There's something. Oh, there. Look how cute that one is. There's a little calico or something. Hey, hold on a second. Let's see if I can get this closer. Come here, babies. Can't really see they're back there. Caleb, no. Caleb, never mind about these cats. Kind of dark. I don't know if you can see them, but yeah, they're so cute. So tomorrow they start solid food, and then I'll put a little cat box in there because they're gonna. The first day they eat solid food, they use the litter box. Up until then, the mama. I don't know if you guys know that, but the mama licks their butt clean. Yeah, he's on kitty overload. Yeah, they're cute. This one's really different. Hey, kitty. Kitty. That one's weird looking too. They're both cute. They're just drinking water for the first time today. Tomorrow they'll have. I'll get them some canned food, some soft stuff. Caleb. Oh, he's just obsessed with these kittens. Huh. They're cute. There's 4 of them. Yep. He also has no cup holders. He takes out the counter of the center console and builds a custom one. Nothing but speakers. He has 24 different speakers. He'll go deaf by the time he's 30. You're talking about somebody's car. I used to do that. I used to have subs and speakers all over. And yeah. Yeah. Um, wait a minute. Dang. I've totally lost in my comments. All right. Well, that's too bad about the husband. Like I said, I always hear good things. Most people are happy. Let's see. My son got second-degree burns from McDonald's drive-thru a couple days ago. Oh no. From the coffee or something? That's terrible. Burns are horrible. Yeah. Learning experience. Yeah. My friend's mother had knee surgery. She never fully recovered because she weighed too much. Wonderful lady, lived to be 58. So sad. That's so young. Normally the surgeon will not do a knee replacement if you're morbidly obese. If you're a certain amount overweight, they won't even do the surgery. They'll make you lose weight before they replace your knee. Um, yeah, they'll tell you to get down to a certain weight or you're not getting the surgery. So yeah, normally they don't even do that. Yeah. My stepdad got one of those yeah, right. That way you don't have to have the whole bike in your in your house. I mean, yeah, it's just a thing with pedals on it. You just like, yeah. And when you're done, you can put it away in the closet, or just have it next to your easy chair or something and use it every time you sit down. Thank you. I just didn't know how. I didn't. Sorry. Thank you. I didn't just now and go back and review it as I had watched 6 months ago. Then originally aired. I was just curious, saying ED accent. No, it was just a pun. Nobody was talking about anybody's penis. The video subject was about it was a critique on the interview. Nothing to do with anybody's genitals. I don't know if it was the lid not tight or you got distracted. Yeah. My aunt got cat scratch fever from a cat bite. Watching her cat's friends, she got antibiotics, but still ended up hospital 2 days. So when I worked in the emergency room, I saw one person. First time I saw somebody with cat scratch fever was in urgent care. Okay, be nice. I just don't trust them. And I thought it was just a Ted Nugent song, Cat Scratch Fever. I had the album actually, Cat Scratch Fever. And the doctor diagnosed this girl with cat scratch fever. And I told him I didn't even know that was a thing. He said, yeah, what happens is the cat's fingernails have little like scoops in them. They're like little shovels. You know what I mean? They got like they're made to scoop. And what happens is when the cat is in the cat box, the cat will bury, it'll get nasty stuff stuck in their fingernails. And so when that cat scratches you, it breaks the skin and it will deposit that, cat poop or whatever is on their fingernails. And that's how you get the cat scratch fever, because that gets infected. And yeah, up till then, I didn't know that it was actually a thing. But yeah, I literally saw diagnosis cat scratch fever. Because she had a fever too. Yeah, the scratches got infected. So if you ever get scratched by a cat, first thing you do is scrub it out with soapy water. I mean, for real. And that will never happen. But it's when you get scratched and don't clean it out, that can happen. I mean, and that was at this urgent care that, and I was just talking about this. It was at the time when I saw this cat scratch fever. I was just talking to somebody about this. It was during the time I worked there. Was remember baby Louise that fell down the well? Remember that baby Louise fell down the well? Well, she's like 40 or in her 40s. She just got arrested. Baby Louise that fell down the well. Well, that's when I worked at the urgent care, because I remember watching it on the TV in the waiting room. Everybody wondering if the baby's going to get out of the well. Remember that baby Jessica? Well, she just, like I said, I think she's probably 40 or something. But she just got arrested. I think it was for domestic violence. I can't remember. But yeah. But yeah, that was about the time I found out about cat scratch fever. Yeah. I, not my monkeys. I've seen those on TV. Thought about getting one for my dad. Yeah, that's what I told my dad. He wanted to know where he could get a bike, and I said, "Forget the bike. I got one of those, and I just got one out of somebody's house, and I never even saw it before." I'm like, "Guess what? I just got out of somebody's house. I'll give it to you." Yeah. I mean, and that way you can sit in any chair. You can sit in your living room chair or on the couch and just do the pedal thing. Yeah. 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 It's a nice little setup. They're so happy too. These cats are so happy because they were in my bathroom. My bathroom's pretty big, but they were in like a big cardboard box. And the last week they've been getting out of the box. And the mom's not real happy. And so I set up this cage and I set up the cage and just today. I set this up today and moved everybody out of the bathroom into here. So I got my bathroom back, but now, they got a lot of running room. They're really happy. She's happy. The mom's really happy because they got a little bed back there. I got it covered. So they got privacy and, mom's really happy. And instead of, waiting in the bathroom for me to let her out, every couple hours, hey, she can come and go now when she pleases. The cat got scared and stepped into the bowl of water. Didn't like that. It's a first for everything for these cats right now. It's the first water. Tomorrow they're gonna have their first food. They're gonna have their first litter box. Yeah, a lot of firsts for the kitties right now. I wish I knew somebody who wanted them. I mean, it's up here. Cats, you can't even give them away. Last time last time my cat had kittens, it was my cat, and um, I asked the vet, they said, well, yeah, we'll put them on our Facebook and see if anybody wants them for free, right? And I said, yeah, I'll give them for free. They're friendly and everything. And I took a picture of each one of them and I brought it to the library and I printed out a picture of each one and they put them, I brought it to the vet and she put them on there, free kittens, and they were so cute. I think there's 5 of them and not one didn't get a single phone call except the couple that came over. And they wanted me to hang on to this cat and wanted me to go half on the neutering. I'm like, I've got a lot of money into these kittens and I'm giving them away free. I'm not going half on anything. You know what I mean? And they never came back. So anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when baby Jessica fell in the wall. Yeah, she just got arrested for I think it was domestic violence or something. I can't remember. Yeah, it was a big deal, and I think she was in the well like for a day or two. She was in the well for a little while. And they had to like dig another parallel hole and then like cut over. That was a big deal. Everybody was on the edge of their seat for like a day or so. Anyway. Yeah, you can work your arms. That is right. With that pedal thing, you could put it on the table and do your arms. That's a good point. True. True story. One amplifier my son has is 15,000 watts, and he has 3 alternators and a lithium pack. Wow, he's pushing a lot of power. He's got to have. I've seen that. I've seen people actually have extra batteries in their trunk to just run those woofers and those subs and stuff, all the speakers. I used to have all that stuff, but I got in my old pickup as a cassette player and a radio. And I have a Toyota Sequoia, which is pretty new actually. I just don't drive it. It needs some work right now, but that's got all the new stuff. But I like my old truck. That's when I drive usually. But yeah, I get it. I get it with the music. Man, I used to listen to Tupac and all that, just blast it. Did Daddy teach him everything he knows about sound? Yeah, Sounds like it. Power bank 15,000 is powering 18-inch subs. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. So when you open the trunk, you got the amp, you got the subs, you got the amps, you got the extra power pack. Yeah. I remember that from the 80s and 90s, and we'd have to have all kinds of shit in the trunk just to power this because it was, yeah, sucks a lot of juice. Uh, yeah, the pedals for your arms, yeah, right. Especially if you have bad shoulders. I have one car that has very loud stereo. The other one's just regular. Yeah, that's me too. I have two trucks. Now, when I get I'm gonna get a Dodge Challenger, and that I'm gonna probably. Yeah, I still like the CD players myself because I got a CD collection, and so yeah, I don't like all that new stuff. Yeah, his Windows, I'm afraid, is gonna break. Yeah, right. After doing father and son build, yeah, you hear people with their subs blasting at the stoplight, and their windows are just vibrate. Even the trunk is vibrating. In fact, I know somebody who used to have to tighten the bolts on their trunk because it would loosen the bolts on their trunk. There's a happy kitty. Yeah, she's really happy. Now she can come and go if she wants to come out, because I had to keep letting her out to stretch her legs and just to take a break from the babies and all that. And yeah, now she can come and go. Now the babies can play and have a bunch of room. I don't have to worry about them getting under my dryer or washer, whatever. Yeah. Okay, I think you and I would be perfect together. Yeah, right. Oh yeah, I love Tupac. Love Tupac. Yeah, when I drive the Sequoia, I could show you. I got every Tupac greatest hits, and I like Bone Thugs and Harmony, Ghetto Cowboy. Um, I play that all the time. Yeah, I got a lot of CDs. Yeah, 58 but still love good. Yeah, me too. Music is good for the soul. You know what I mean? It really is good for the soul. Um, as long as it's uplifting, because music can get, you know, it can change your moods. Sad songs can make you sad, and happy songs make you happy. Rocky music makes you want to exercise and run up steps. Yeah, 90s was good. Yeah, I liked 80s and I like 70s too. Do you remember the story about Michelle Bicca? She was a woman that abducted the pregnant woman, killed and saw her baby. It was like 20 years ago. That was near you. You know what? Fortunately, there's been more than one that did that. In fact, I just watched a story. There's been like 3 or 4 women that did that. Yes. Now, was she the one that met up the girl on Facebook and pretended she was pregnant too, and made friends with the lady, and then brought over some baby clothes to share or something like that? And she pretended like they had the same first name or something. She pretended they had a bunch in common. Was that her? Yeah. Yeah. Because there's been a few of those. Unfortunately, I just watched one like a week ago. Yeah, I can't believe. And I'm thinking, these are people like you'd see at a grocery store. These aren't like monster looking people. You're like, yeah, after they get arrested, then find out what they did, they kind of look like a monster. But before, I mean, these are people that you'd see walking amongst us, you know what I mean? And it just blows me away how these people are walking amongst us and they can do something like that. Yeah. Yeah, was that her? Yeah. She made friends pretend she was pregnant. She said, "Oh, we should share it." And then we had the same name or some shit. And yeah, met at Walmart. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, oh, I love Nelly. Take a ride with me. Yeah. Must be the money. I blast that. Must be the money. Ice Cube. Yeah, I think I got an Ice Cube CD. Yeah. I have to listen to Jedi Mind Tricks, more of a conspiracy hip hop. Oh yeah, I like Midnight. I like conspiracies and Jedi Mind Tricks. There's a lot of things you can do. Literally, mind Jedi mind tricks for you and your animals. Yeah, good relaxing music, and I need an upper, and I listen to relaxing music. I need myself. So what I do almost every time I upload a video, I listen to the same one song, and I listen to the extended version, and it is I'll show you Jerry Rafferty's "Right Down the Line." Um, Jerry Rafferty is one of my favorite singers, and I listen to this song, and it feels like it washes my brain after I do a Whitaker video. Like when I do these Whitaker videos, and I go to upload it, I will put on this song, and I love it, and that is it's my go-to for like getting the crap back out of my head from the Whitakers. Yeah, I love Right Down the Line. Jerry Rafferty is my very favorite song. And yeah, so that's what I play after I do a video to kind of like get the crap out of my head. Yes, met at Walmart. Yeah, I remember hearing all the stories and being a bit concerned when I was pregnant. Right? I mean, I just can't believe people did that, but they did it because there's more than one that did it. Yeah, I heard of that story. That was terrible. She cut the baby out and tried to keep it as her own. Yeah, there was. I just watched one, and I don't know if it was the same one, but I watched one. Hey, Tina. Yeah, great. Yeah, Jerry Rafferty, Right Down the Line. I always listen to this 7-minute extended version. I just love that song. And so, yeah, anytime I do a video, I will upload it and I will put headphones on and listen to that song really loud or turn it up in here really loud. But I like it really loud. Van Morrison. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Tina says, hey, good to see you tonight, Tina. Speaking of hey, my, I was like Neil Young and all the old songs too. Just the other day, I heard Nelly batter up. Yeah, right. I got a few Nelly CDs in my Sequoia. She answered her ad in the paper. There was saw in their car. She went for a test drive. Oh, that was a different one. Yeah, like I said, there's probably been 3 or 4 at least. Because the one I saw the other day, the lady had convinced her boyfriend even that she was pregnant. And the boyfriend went and told everybody at work that we're going to have a baby and all this. And then she felt like, oh, she couldn't back out. So she went and got this baby out of somebody's belly. And it's just like, oh, good grief. And I think the baby lived. There's one of them where the baby lived and one of them where the baby died. Yeah. Yeah. There's a song out called Gravity, and it's really good for us people that are older and feel the gravity. Oh, I like that. I'll have to check that out. It says gravity, stay the hell away from me. Right? Yeah, gravity starts to take a toll. That's right. Mountain Memory. Hello to Mountain Memory. Good to see you tonight. Tina. Town Girl says, yeah, gravity. I'll have to check that out. Nelly Country Grammar. Nelly, yeah, old songs, yeah. Wu-Tang. Oh, yeah. She shit herself when she was cornered by the cops. They dug up her garage where they found the mom. Teresa, I think was her name. Was she in a trash can? Yeah. Her husband was slow, but yeah, he believed it was. Yeah, that's the one I saw the other day. And her husband was telling everybody, he was so excited, he thought it was real. Yeah. Yeah. Go away, gravity. Huh. Yeah, why do you live so far away? It's so hard meeting good people. I know. I know. Maybe I'll go on a little tour and go meet people. This baby survived. The girl's husband is raising it. Oh, the deceased girl, the daddy, the real dad. Yes, Tina, stay away, gravity. Huh. Good to see all of you. Also, yeah, good to see you, Mount Memory. I like that name. Oh man, sad. Yeah, New York is getting hectic. I want to leave so bad, but I know I'll miss it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To me, big cities have like kind of a negative energy. Like when I go, it's about an hour. See, sometimes I have to go down to the cities, the Twin Cities. We call them the cities because it's Minneapolis, St. Paul. Um, they're touching, you know. I mean, the river divides Minneapolis and St. Paul, and a lot of times I have to go down there to get buy things. You know what I mean? And when I get down there, it's about an hour, hour and a half, depending on where I have to go, and it's just kind of negative energy with a lot of people like that. Yes, Grace, we call it the shitties. And up here we call them, instead of the cities, we call it the shitties. And when the vacationers come up and do stupid shit like shooting a gun at midnight, we know it's one of the idiots. We call them, instead of idiots, it's a cidiot. It's an idiot from the city who doesn't know that you shouldn't be shooting a gun at midnight drunk at a bonfire. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'll go down and get my stuff, and usually I'll always get Leon Chins because I really miss that, and get all my stuff, all my business done, and I just can't wait to get out of there. You know what I mean? Just to me, it's just got a negative energy. Yeah, they lived in the same town. Yeah. Did she pretend she had the same name or something, or is that somebody else? She made it sound like they had a bunch in common, and she had a pillow under her shirt to make her look pregnant. And then when she got in the ladies' apartment or something, I don't know. Michelle's father-in-law owns a locksmith business in town. Yeah, locksmith is good money. Who remembers that older song we call Wango Tango? And that sounds familiar, but I can't remember what it was. Wango Tango. Yeah, I wish I could give you my number somehow. I really enjoy your company. Well, maybe you can. Yeah, she made friends with her and she pretended she was pregnant. And then she had some extra baby clothes or some shit she was going to bring over. When she got to the girl's apartment, she, I don't know, offed her. I can't remember. But the thing is, you know, the baby has to have oxygen, right? And she's getting the baby's getting the oxygen through the umbilical cord, through the blood. You know what I mean? And so as soon as the blood stops flowing, the baby stops oxygen. It's gonna get brain dead, you know, or die or whatever. It's just so dumb. Like, good grief, who would think of that? And that's somebody that should never see the light of day again. You know, and I don't know. I heard that women's prisons aren't like men's. Like men's prison, if you go to a men's prison, we hear that like if you do bad things to kids, they take care of you and they hurt you and whatever. But I heard that women's prisons aren't like that. And I don't know if that's true, but I don't know. I don't know. I can't imagine the other inmates being cool with that, you know what I mean? But I heard the women's isn't as hard as the men's. I don't know. I know one person that's been to prison, and it was a federal prison, and it wasn't really like. Anyway, so I don't really know, but yeah. Yeah, bought baby clothes for her baby. Yeah, she did. That's the same one. I know that story. Yeah. Yeah, and then she had like a pillow under her shirt to pretend she was pregnant. And yeah, pretend they had the same name. Oh, I remember. She pretended she had the same name. And she got a hold of this lady, said, "Hey, I got a delivery or something, and I think it should have gone to you." And she's like, "Oh, I'll bring it over." And Michelle researched how to do C-section. Did she really? Good grief. Yeah, I suppose that was on her Google search history, right? How terrible. I don't know how people get this shit in their head. Yeah, she's going away for a long time, hopefully forever. Well, I just cleaned all the floors upstairs while listening in. Just love the lives, Kathy. Wish I knew you back when you did them every night. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing them more. I could do a few a week, you know what I mean? I used to do one every night for 8 years. Never. The only time I missed was when my dog died. I was just so torn up. I was so torn up. But other than that, I came on every night. And she unalived herself. So oh really? She unalived herself? That lady did? Oh, I guess they don't have to worry about her in prison then. Well, I'm glad that we could keep you company, say it out loud. That's what I do. When I do my chores, I listen to videos. That's why a lot of times I'll miss the comment section because I'm busy. Grace calls it busy hands. I didn't know that she unalived herself. I can imagine the women in there that are missing. Their children will not handle it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the women handle it. I know men don't like it at all. Like people that hurt children in the men's prison, they like do bad things to that man. You know what I mean? A lot of men don't even make it out. And just like that dude that FedEx driver that picked up that little girl and did horrible things. I don't think he's going to last long in prison because the men. I don't know what happens in women's prisons. If they frown on that stuff too, I don't know. I can imagine the women there. Yeah, you're missing your kids. You wish you, yeah, and then somebody comes in who did that. And there's not too many people out there here. Oh wait, Kathy, there's not too many people in here. Do you think it's safe for me to put my email? Message me sometime. I'd love to phone friends. I can put. I'll make it easy. I'll put my email in here so you don't have to. What's mine? Mine is Crazy Neighbor. Crazy Neighbor. I think it's crazyneighbor@gmail.com. And I don't check it every day, so people have to tell me that they're emailing me. Yeah. 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 Well, didn't he get the death penalty? Yeah, he did. And I guess when you get the death penalty, you go into what do they call it, like a solitary confinement or something for a while. So yeah, he will be isolated for a while. Oh, Ted Nugent was Wango Tango. Yeah, I used to listen to Ted Nugent. Grace, is it listed on it? Yeah, I have it right there. I just put it up. Yeah, Ted Nugent. Didn't he die, or is he still? No, he's like political or something now, isn't he? Yeah. I remember the Great White. I forgot some animal. I remember them. Remember the album. Yeah. 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 I mean, that to me, that music was so different back then because people actually had to like play instruments. They had to sing really good. They had to perform. But now it's just like they don't play instruments. Most they don't play instruments. A lot of them, and they're not performers. And yeah, anyway, I think there was so much more talent years ago than they are now. You know what I mean? Yeah, Cat Scratch Fever. Yep. Yep. I played that one a lot. Yeah. I lost a cat at 16 and later a dog at 16. I cried and grieved. Yeah, me too. My dog was 18 years old. And That dog, he was with me through my 40s, all my 40s, and most of my 50s. And it was like a huge part of my life where it was just me and him. Me and him were alone. We were alone. And, you know, it was sad. He was my everything. And now this cat here, she's 18 and she's not doing well. It's gonna be hard when I lose her too, but not as much as the dog, I don't think, because the dog changed my life. The dog gave me something to really strive for, and the dog changed my life. That's for sure. I remember reading an article in High Times that Ted Nugent wore Kotex because he would shit himself when he screamed. Are you kidding? I never heard that one. I wonder why his rear end was all wore out, you know, because that ain't normal, especially for a younger guy. I don't know if they still have High Times. I was actually subscribed to High Times back in the day. But yeah, when it really shit himself on the high notes. I mean, I can see an old man having that, like David Lee Roth. Have you seen David Lee Roth on stage lately? Oh my goodness. I believe he's probably wearing diapers, personally. But yeah, for a young man. But yeah, you know, the problem with you know, the rear end is supposed to be outgoing only, you know what I mean? It's like petting a cat, you know what I mean? You pet it one way, it goes smooth. You go the wrong way and it, you know. Anyway, what happens when a man uses his rear end the wrong I don't want to say the wrong way and offend people. But if a man, or I guess anybody, uses the rear end for incoming, yeah, you're gonna have some leakage later. Sorry to say. So I don't know why that happened. That's not really normal for a younger man. Joyce, I hear, yeah, it's heartbreaking. Yeah, it is, because I'm telling you, pets come into our life for a reason, and pets are in our life because they teach us things that we can't learn from other humans. There's only Pets can teach us things that humans can't teach us, like unconditional love, like taking and caring for somebody. There's so many things that you can learn from a pet that you can't learn from people. Like unconditional love is one of them. You know what I mean? But yeah, so pets come into our lives for a reason, for us to learn and grow. And so yeah, that dog was everything to me. I couldn't even get out of bed. I was supposed to go to this party down at the James J. Hill House, and I used to go there every year. I didn't last year. I think I was having 2 years ago, I was having my septic put in, and but I used to go to these fancy parties down. A friend of mine throws them down at the James J. Hill Mansion, and it was they're fun, really, really nice parties. And yeah, I couldn't even get out of bed, couldn't go to the party, couldn't do a live stream, couldn't do anything for at least a week. Couldn't. Then when I came on, I just asked people, just please don't bring up my dog. Because yeah. Anyway, but it's been a few years, so anyway, it doesn't affect me like that anymore. But yeah, it was devastating. I never even grieved that hard for a human, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't. I've never grieved so hard in my life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, thank you for fixing my lawnmower. I did. Yeah, I did fix it. I have a good lawnmower guy now that I found, and I bring my I'll drive my riding lawnmower up onto the trail and bring that in, because I have him sharpen blades, and I had to adjust the deck on my riding lawnmower. So I have a good lawnmower guy that I did find eventually. Great guy, but he's like a month behind. It takes a month just to get in. And I thought, I don't want to. It probably wouldn't be that much, but I thought I need to just figure it out myself. And yeah, videos are great. And yeah, it took me a little bit. but I figured it out. Thank you. Ancient rock stars need to rock onto that great rocking chair, knock it on stage in their own oxygen tank. Yeah, yeah. I always have mixed feelings. Like David Lee Roth just seems like he's embarrassed himself, but he's having fun. He's having fun. And I'm telling you, I last year I saw Heart. It was almost exactly a year ago. It was on June 7th last year. I went and saw Heart. And I was supposed to see Heart the year before. So 2 years ago, Heart was supposed to come. And I had tickets. My dad bought them for me for my birthday. And at the last minute, she cancels. And she had cancer. Ann Wilson had cancer. So they canceled it. And they're supposed to show up with Cheap Trick, which I would love to see Cheap Trick. So I was supposed to see Heart and Cheap Trick 2 years ago. So she got cancer. And then she went through a bunch of treatment. And then she came back. And then she tripped out on a parking lot over a curb and broke her shoulder. She broke her humerus and her I think her rotator cuff or something. Screwed her arm up. And so she was in a walker, or no, she was in a wheelchair. So she was in a wheelchair for a while. And so when I saw her a year later, they rescheduled, and I'm like, yes. So I bought me and my friend, actually, I said, hey, you want to go with me? She said, yeah. So we bought tickets online. And so last year we went and saw her, and Cheap Trick wasn't able to make it that weekend. So they went on other locations, but we didn't get to see Cheap Trick, but we saw Heart. And it was so fun. I love them Heart songs, you know what I mean? And the last song, and I put them up on it's on my channel right now. I got them on shorts, I think. But the last song was Barracuda, and everybody kept saying Barracuda, Barracuda. But she had stories, you guys. She played with the greats. She played with Bon Jovi. She played with all the people from the 70s. She had a story for everybody. And she told a lot of stories. But yeah, she came out with a walk. Well, actually, somebody helped her. Either one or two people helped her out. And she sat on a stool, kind of. And I don't think she played guitar, but her sister did. And it was pretty good. It was fun. It was freaking fun. I got married right out of high school. You know what I mean? Actually, I was still in high school when I got married. I became emancipated adult, and I got married when I was in my senior year. And so I didn't get to go to them concerts and stuff, all that stuff back then. You know what I mean? So I only went to a few concerts. I went to Styx. I went to a few concerts back then. But I got married so young, the party was over before it started. So, and now I want to go see those people that I missed, you know what I mean? And so if they're still alive, yeah, I want to see them. Yeah, some of them, I feel, bless their heart, right? But hey, for people like me who, want to see the stuff I missed out on, hell yeah. Dang it, Bill. But yeah, it was fun though. It was fun. Then, and it was an outdoor concert too. And it looked like it was going to rain the whole time. And it held out. It didn't rain. And then when we were walking I drove, and when we were walking to the parking lot, it started sprinkling. And then we got into the truck, and we got into this big giant traffic jam. And this guy pulled out right in front of me and then stopped. My friend got mad and started yelling at him. And then the guy yelled back. And then my friend was going to get out and fist fight the guy. And I'm like, oh shit. And yeah, it was almost a fist fight. And the guy got so scared because he said something, and she said, yeah, what are you going to do about it? And she started rolling down the window more. And then she's going to get it out. And then the guy got scared and rolled his window up. I'm like, man, she asked me, do I got a baseball bat. I'm like, hell no, girl, no. I don't want to get in a brouhaha here in the parking lot, man. I don't want to go to jail, you know what I mean? But yeah, she was gonna go beat that guy's ass because he left us. Anyway, it was people were rowdy and riled up, and anyway, there's a lot of energy, you know what I mean? So yeah, she almost got us in a fist fight. Like, no, no, chill out. Yeah, she wasn't gonna take his shit. And I ain't used to that, man. You know what she said, then after it was all done, she said, don't you have any weapons in your vehicle? I said, no. Why would I? She said, in case shit like this happens. I said, no, you know what I got in my glove box? I got a bunch of thank you waves. I just wave the person. And yeah, if they leave me out in the intersection or whatever, yeah, I'll just deal with it. You know what I mean? Shit like that doesn't upset me, but it made her mad. She almost got us in trouble, man. Anyway, but it was fun. It was a great night. I had my heart t-shirt I ordered with the tours stuff on the back. I can't believe they came to this little small town that I'm at. Can't believe it. They played up at the casino. But yeah, so I got mixed feelings about the old people. Like, yeah, some should hang it up, but you know what? I was just glad to see her, and I thought it was fun. I thought it sounded fine. Yeah, old rock and roll. That's right. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Tina. You just emailed me. Somehow I can't send a message. Maybe I put the email wrong. I don't usually use it. So maybe I wrote the email wrong. It's crazy. Excuse me, I got hiccups. I didn't eat yet, so now I got an empty stomach. Yeah, I don't usually use it, but it's Crazy Neighbor with a K. And maybe I spelled neighbor wrong. I don't know. It just emailed you. Somehow I couldn't send a message. It'll show a picture of a Dutch on face. Let me know if you got it. I have a miniature. Oh, you do? A long hair one, huh? I don't usually see. Usually I see the short hair ones. Billy Idol's still doing a great. Really, Billy Idol? Really? I looked this year and they don't have crap for concerts up here. And I don't want to drive all the way to the city because by the time you get out of there, it's an hour and a half ride home. And I don't like being out after dark because I'm a baby. Not unless I'm with somebody, then I don't mind it. But I don't like being out by myself after dark. I always make sure I'm home before sunset. But when we went to the concert, it was me and her. And then when we drove home to my house, her boyfriend came and picked her up here. So I didn't have to drive anywhere by myself. Say that long haired Dachshunds are the best. Yeah, I bet they're beautiful. Say out loud, I had a long haired dapple girl that I had to put down due to old age. Yeah. It's sad, huh? They give us so much joy, but man, when it comes to the end, it's just ripped your heart out, you know? She's adorable. Hey, Kathy Ann Wilson used to live down the road from me. Really? Well, hey, Ernie. Good to see you. So she lived in Florida, sold her house last year here in Palaca for $2 million. Really? Yeah, so she was good to see you tonight, Ernie. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, her and her sister are still rocking, man. I mean, she's older, she's heavier, but everybody gets older and heavier when you get older. But her sister could still do the solos and all that. I don't think Anne was really playing a guitar. Maybe she did a little bit, but her shoulders all jacked up. But really, Ann Wilson used to live down the road from here. So does her sister also live in Florida? Because I imagine they probably live near each other. I'm sorry, girl. Said out loud, I bet she's beautiful. Yeah. Cute. Well, good to see you tonight, Ernie. Hope you and your family are doing well. My friend's cousin is or was a stagehand for art. Really? Every time they came into town, my friend would get free tickets and backstage passes. I got to meet them, and I took an album for signature. Really? Oh, you're so lucky. Heart open for Journey. Yeah. Yeah, she told a lot of stories about all those people back in the day. And she said that back then, like the guys were really like in charge of the rock and roll. And a lot of the women weren't really accepted. They just were not put in the same class as the men rock and roll. So she really had to, you know, make her way in, you know what I mean? And but yeah, she said it was hard because a lot of men just didn't want to take female guitarists seriously. And so she said she had to really earn her respect, and she did. There was a lot of people that were she sang with so many people, performed. She had a lot of stories with all those 70 band people. Yeah. Yeah, good to see you tonight, Ernie. Well, that's cool. You guys got to meet, or you got to meet Anne, huh? Wow, that was cool. Well, we had pretty good seats. We bought the tickets early because I was watching for them to come back. And yep, they came back. And so my friend came over here and we sat at the computer and we picked out our seats, the closest to the stage. We were pretty close to the stage. We had really good tickets. We had pretty expensive tickets too. It's expensive to go to a concert, dang. But yeah. Yeah. And that's cool having a friend or cousin for a stagehand. That's a stagehand for Heart or any band. That's cool. Yeah. Her and her sister are made. Yes, they are. I thought it was the best show. I ain't been to a concert in years. You know what I mean? Yeah, my dad was going to buy me the tickets, and he did buy me the ticket, and for my birthday present. Grace, so definitely leave a comment. Thank you. Yeah, but I was married 7 years before I had first kid. Oh, not me. I had my first kid a year after I got married. Yeah. They ran away at 16 and was with him for 20 years, had one son. Really? I ran away too. I ran away at 16. And my parents couldn't find me. And then they said, if you just come back, you'll get emancipated. We give up. There's no way I was not going to stay away from my boyfriend. My parents, if they weren't going to let me see him, I'm going to run away to see him. And I did. I ran away. And I lived in the woods actually. And yeah, and then they said, just come home. You guys can get married. They signed the papers. I got emancipated as an adult. And then we went and got married. It was the only way they were going to see me if they caved in. Otherwise, yeah, you know how kids are. Dumb as fuck. No, just kidding. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do it the same way if I had to do it all over, but you know, when you're in love, you love Heartbeat too. You saw REO Speed. Oh man, that would have been awesome. And hey, what in the hell? I wonder what that noise was. My dog's chicken in the oven. I thought, what the hell is that? I forgot I put their chicken in the oven a while back. Oh, I remember Pat Benatar. Yeah. Yeah, concerts are really expensive. And then if you get your tickets through like Ticketmaster, they add on a fee too. And the people selling the tickets for Ticketmaster, who was it? It's Kid Rock. Kid Rock went to President Trump. This is what I heard. Kid Rock went to President Trump and wants to pass some type of a bill that the people that are selling the tickets can't do that. What they do is they buy up all the good tickets in the front rows, all the good tickets. And then so you either get nosebleed or you pay, double to these Ticketmaster places. And it turns out that the people selling these Ticketmaster, they buy up all the tickets and then they sell them. They're making more money than the artists themselves. And Kid Rock wants to put a stop to it. He said, why are the people buying the tickets and reselling them? They actually make more money than Hart herself, who's sitting up there playing, more than the artists themselves. And so he wants to, I don't know, change the laws on that or something. REO Speedwagon and Ozzy Osbourne. Wow, what a combo. What a combo. Yeah, so if REO, and it's so funny because if you go to see Journey right now, so Journey has like replaced each member one at a time, right? One at a time, each member got replaced. So right now, I don't think there's any original people in Journey. So you're going to see a band who is, playing Journey songs. Yeah, but yeah, they're expensive. But that would be really good. REO. I loved REO Speedwagon. Yeah, Ozzy was okay. I've seen Ozzy 10 times. That would be a crazy concert. I think the energy at an Ozzy concert would be. I think all the concerts have good energy. Yeah, you love Ozzy? Yeah. I mean, Crazy Train, all them songs are just so high energy. It'd be a good crowd. It would be a good concert. But that's a lot of seeing Ozzy. No, just Anne. Oh, really? They don't live near each other? That's weird. They seem pretty close. It's weird though because Anne and what's his sister's name? It's sad because everybody's saying I love you, Anne, and nobody's like saying anything to the other sister. She kind of gets left out and forgotten. But she's got a good voice. The sister's got she can rock on that guitar and she can sing really good. So the other sister, it's a shame I can't even think of her name right now. But they kind of don't even look like sisters, but yeah. Same with Metallica. I got two of their. Oh, you got two guitar picks, really? You were able to leave a message. Good at Tango. So my son used to be a bouncer at this place called the Dog House. The Dog House was a bar, and I think it's still there. But the Dog House was and he also used to be a bouncer at a place called The Myth, the MYTH, The Myth. And they got a very rowdy place, cops there all the time. But anyway, the Dog House was a little tiny dive bar, but my son was a bouncer there. This was like back in, I don't know, around 2000 or something, maybe early 2000s. And he would always bring a poster or something for whoever's, and he's got a Korn, you name it, all them bands from the 90s. I remember Korn, even Afro Man. One night I went up to, I can't remember, I went to pick him up from work or bring him something. I went up to his work and Afro Man was playing. The Afro Man had a really broken down tour bus, a really old one, you know what I mean? But he said Afro Man was funny as hell. He loved Afro Man. But he saw all of them and he got autographs from almost every single person that played. So he's got tons of posters with lots of autographs, but he got a few guitar picks. He's got some memorabilia just from being a bouncer. All right. You left the email. Cool. Oh, Led Zeppelin. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how many people got to see Led Zeppelin. Is not under all right, but it's got a dog picture on it, right? You said, yeah, Anne had one heck of a voice. Yeah. So, I saw some people giving like negative reviews that, these older people like Anne, they don't like hit the high notes. They're a little bit chill. Well, of course they are. I mean, what is she in her 70s? Yeah, she ain't gonna be, you know, nobody can at that age. Chill playing songs that are a little bit more chill. But yeah, it would be harder. You love them too, Tina? Yeah. Yeah, you had great seats. Cool. Oh, I love Pat Benatar. Yeah, great seats. Cool. Zeppelin is my favorite band from the 70s. Yeah, I had all their albums. Remember that album with all the little doors in it? That was like a double album or triple album or something. Had all, didn't it? Yeah, I think it was Led Zeppelin, the one with all the little windows in it. I think so. I had Pink Floyd albums. I love Pink Floyd. I love all that 70s. I used to play a bass guitar, electric bass guitar, and I could play to all them songs. Yep. Who can forget Pat, right? Definitely remember Pat. She rocks. Yeah. I love this song with Ozzy and Lita Ford. Oops, sorry, I'm getting sprung back again. Rob Zombie put on a great concert. Yeah, concerts are expensive. So if you like get in there right away, we got some good upfront seats. But we paid like, I think we paid 150 each for our seats. But by the time the concert came, they wanted like $500 for our seats. So I could have maybe sat out, and I could have probably sold the ticket, but I wouldn't. No way was I going to sell my ticket. But we bought them for 150. But by the time the concert came online, the seats even behind us were like $400 or $500. So they buy those up. You got to get the tickets before they buy them up, which is hard. They buy them up like the first day. So anyway, if you buy them early, it's a little cheaper. The longer you wait, the more the price goes up. How many kids do I have? I have 2 kids. I have a boy and a girl. They're in their 40s. My son moved out when he was 25. Proud of him. He bought a house. Nice. Yeah, my son just got a new place. I'm happy for him. You graduated instead of 77, got married in 79. Yeah. I seen the Rolling Stones one time. Did you really? Wow. Not many people can say that. Actually, I just saw a list of people who are going on tour. And you guys, there's some good, but like I said, I'm not going to drive all the way down to Minneapolis, St. Paul. That's just too far for a concert. Maybe if I had somebody to go with, but I'm not going all the way by myself. And that's awesome. You feed your dogs human food, regular food. Yeah, that dog food's really bad, you guys. Like the cheap stuff is made out of corn. It's just corn and crude fat, like bone marrow and a bunch of fat. It's crude fat and corn, which is garbage. Yeah, but that's why my dogs don't ever have to go to the vet. Their coats are shiny, they're healthy, their teeth is white, always in good health, and they live very, very long lives. Actually, my big old boy here, now my oldest one is Sprout, and he's getting up there for big lab. A big old Labrador. He's let's see, when did I get him? I think I got him in, I don't remember, but he's like about 10 years old. And he's getting slow and kind of breathing hard, and he's getting up there. And congratulations to your son who bought a house. That's awesome. Yeah. My goal was to buy a house before I was 30, and I got one on my 30th birthday. I panicked. Yeah, good music. Yeah. Yeah, to see the Rolling Stones, that's pretty rare. That's awesome. Yep. Yeah, save on vet bills. Yeah. So yeah, they have chicken, usually chicken and sweet potatoes. I cut them into cubes. I boil them and then I put butter on them and sprinkle them over the food, the the dog food, and then I put chicken over the top of that, dice it up all over the top, and then I take the chicken broth and I pour that over the whole thing. And sometimes I'll put other stuff. We'll put green beans. They like green beans, and they like. Sometimes I'll have beef. I'll have hamburger and chicken, hamburger and steak or whatever beef. But 9 out of 10 days I'll get chicken. But yeah, they tried to tell us not to give our dogs human food. But yeah, those are the ones that are in the vet, all the time. What do you think dogs ate for thousands of years? They haven't even had bag dog food up until like 75 years ago or something. Maybe 100 years ago, Purina or something. But up till recently, less than 100 years ago, dogs ate table scraps. Even in the Bible, so Jesus was walking down the road one day and a woman came up and begged, please, please help out my daughter. She's had an issue of blood for 13 years or something. And he said, get away from me, you dog, or something like that. He did. He called her a dog. He said, get away from me, dog. And she said, please, master, even the dogs eat crumbs from the table. No, she said, even the dogs eat crumbs from the master's table. Yeah, dogs always ate the leftovers from humans. That's, or they were wild and they ate whatever they found. But house dogs always ate from the master's table. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you just eat a dog, and here's why I think about it. Would I want to eat a like dry cereal every day? Hell no. Hell no. Do I want to eat that? When I hand my dog something, it's something that I would eat, minus the kibble, you know what I mean? But yeah, if I don't want to eat it, I want to give it to them. It was in the 80s when I went to the 2 concerts. Not nowadays, yeah. It is fun though. Look for a concert near you and go to it. Find a friend and go with a friend to a concert. It's fun. Yeah, I hadn't been in a concert in a long time. It was fun. It was fun as hell, man. Fun, exciting getting ready for it, exciting going to the concert, exciting being with the other people. And all the people around us, we made friends right away when we got there. And anyway, we were joking with the people. We had a good time with the people around us, And it was all older people. You scan the crowd. I mean, you can look at my videos. I scanned the crowd. Everybody had gray hair. What I mean? It was all older people, which it was cool. It was a good vibe, But the new lead singer sounds exactly like the original. Really? Rob Zombie. I remember standing outside in line overnight to buy tickets. Yeah, I remember people used to get in line and overnight at like Best Buy or whatever. That's before computers. People used to, camp out on the sidewalk to get tickets. Yeah. Yeah. Although I do not have, yeah. So the raw food, you gotta be careful with that because you know how in the refrigerator section at both pet food and at Walmart, you'll see a refrigerator section with like these tubes of dog food, right? I would stay away from that because that raw dog food that you buy and it's in the refrigerator section. Look into that because the FDA doesn't regulate that. Not that the FDA does a good job at all anyway. They've waved through a bunch of poisonous stuff, but nobody controls that dog food, that's the raw dog food that's sold in the stores. Nobody's monitoring that. It could be rotten, it could be outdated, it could have salmonella, could have anything in it. Nobody monitors that refrigerated food. Vets will tell you. I always watch vets on YouTube, and yeah, they'll tell you careful for that stuff in the refrigerated section. I bought it one time and my dogs didn't even like it. They're like, what the hell is this? It stinks. Yeah. Yeah. And then some people give their dogs raw meat. Yeah, I don't do that either. Once in a while, when I'm trimming the fat off a roast or a steak, I'll throw the fat to the dog. Usually the German Shepherd's staring at, waiting for something to hit the floor or something, trying to will it out of my hand. I'll throw him the fat, but that's about it. It was in the 80s when I went to 2 concerts. Okay, is this where I left off? Yes, he did go to Trump with it, right? Yeah, about these tickets, because turns out Ticketmaster's making more money than the actual act that's up on the stage. The actual performers are making less money than Ticketmaster. It's just a shame. I had to schedule my wife's PET scan for 11. Oh, she's having a PET scan? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I wish her well on that. For the 11th, huh? That's still another 10 days. Yeah. Well, I hope that turns out well. I remember my late husband had to have those. It was always kind of scary. But the new lead singer sounds exactly like the original. I will agree, Ozzy Osbourne was crazy. Yeah, that would be a crazy concert. ELO was cool. Yeah, I love ELO. They were really different. I loved them. I loved the orchestra, the orchestra instruments. Yeah, they were different. Do you guys remember? And I don't know if I mentioned this. So the Archies song, the Archies. So in the 70s, they realized that a lot of these rock stars, they were having a problem with them getting drunk and getting high and not showing up, or doing a horrible job because they were too drunk, and demanding more money, and just all the problems that come with rock stars. They realized, we could just, like the Archies, they made cartoons, and they hired people to sing on the cartoon. And so the Archies it was a cartoon group. And so the people who sang the Archie songs had no rights to anything. They were just singers for the cartoon or whatever. So one guy got around, he just made a bunch of cartoon groups. Like the Archies was one of them, and I can't remember what other ones he made. That way he didn't have to deal with real humans and he could keep all the money. But yeah, I wish your wife well on the PET scan. That's always kind of hard. ELO, yeah, that would be amazing. So ELO, did they have like an orchestra in a pit or something? I don't think that would be that would be cool. I just love that orchestra music. It was so different. Not many people like that. I'm trying to find my comments here. I love. Yes, sister. Yes, Nancy. Oh, how could I forget that? Anne and Nancy Wilson. Yeah, Nancy. How come I couldn't remember that? Poor girl. She always gets forgotten. Nancy. Anne and Nancy Wilson was Heart. Yeah. We always went to Ozfest in Kansas City. Great times. All day festival. Wow. I like that stuff in the summer when you can, I like those festivals. You saw Pink Floyd? That's just under your belt. Put on a great show too. Saw them at World Series of Rock in Cleveland. Really? Pink Floyd? Wow. I don't know anybody that saw Pink Floyd. Now I know somebody. Ernie says a lot of these bands are like the Harlem Globetrotters. They have a few generations cycle through. I just worked with Chicago, Journey, and what? And Skinner. There's a few that have been with him a long time. Really? Yeah. So after the plane crash, Leonard Skinner had a few people left, right? That just went on with the band. You just worked with Chicago, Journey, and Skinner? Really? Wow. That is freaking cool. Chicago would be cool. Man, I remember growing up with Chicago. Journey, oh my goodness. The wheel in the sky keeps on turning. And Skinner, wow. Wow. And recently, too. Huh? You saw Led Zeppelin? Wow. Wish I could have seen Pink Floyd. Yeah, that would be really good. You have it? Lee Greenwood. Oh, I forgot about Lee Greenwood. 84 years old and has not lowered a key. He nails everything because he's taking care of his hearing and his voice. He was a lot of fun with work. Lee Greenwood, huh? Oh, these are legends, man. I thought Ann Wilson did a good job and Nancy Wilson. I thought they did good jobs. But yeah, like once somebody pointed out that there's certain songs that they don't want to try to do anymore. But yeah, they got so many other ones, you know? Yeah, really cool. Yeah, what did happen to the $40 tickets? I don't know. Now it's hundreds of dollars, you know what I mean? This was right up the road. I live near a casino and they came to the casino. You know who else was last year? I almost went, but I didn't. It was Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg was at the casino, and it's just I don't even know Snoop Dogg songs. I just thought maybe I should go just to say I went, but just for the hell of it. But you know who else was in the casino? It was in a different casino. In Mille Lacs was Jay Leno. Jay Leno was there last year, I think. Yeah, last year was Jay Leno. Last year he was there. I thought I should go there, but the casino was like an hour away, and I didn't want to. Again, I don't want to drive an hour out in the middle of frickin' nowhere after dark. Lee Greenwood, that's cool. I forgot about him. You have all Zeppelin albums, yeah. So wasn't there one with all the little windows in it? Was that Zeppelin? Yeah. Yeah. You have it. Huh. You never saw Led Zeppelin? Yeah, that would be something. But yeah, like if you look up concerts, there's a lot of people that are still out touring. And Michael Jackson, yeah, that would have been fun, I think. Yes. Oh, I love Fleetwood Mac. Listen, if I just saw Stevie Nicks turned 80. I think she just turned 80 years old. I just saw a picture of her in her dress going up the steps, and people were hanging onto her dress. It was so big. But yeah, I think Stevie Nicks just turned 8. I loved, Fleetwood Mac is what I learned how to play the bass guitar. Eric Clapton and Fleetwood Mac and a few others. I used to play all their songs on the bass guitar. Yep. I love Fleetwood Mac. Great taste in music. Right, right. You use boneless chicken or debone? I debone. My dogs don't like chicken breast. They don't like white meat at all. Like sometimes when if I run out of their meat, I'll give them some chicken breast. They don't like chicken breast. They look at it like I'm crazy. I don't know what it is. They only like the dark meat. So I get thighs and I get the thighs and legs, and I bake it, and then I debone it, and I chop it up, dice it, and mince it up, and then put it over their food with the green beans and the sweet potatoes are really, really good for dogs. They're good for the digestive system. It's good for fiber. It's good for. I just saw a vet put up a video promoting people should feed their dogs sweet potatoes, and it said all the reasons why. And I thought, yeah, my dog's been eating sweet potatoes for years, and my dogs are all healthy. Yeah. But yeah, I bake it and then I debone it. Yeah. And then I don't put anything in the juice. It's just chicken juice. I don't put any broth or any of that stuff because it's all MSG. Those, unless you buy, and I used to buy the expensive broth. And I thought, why am I doing this? They don't care. And the chicken juice I put over their food. I have my 2 fat cats sleeping here next to me now. Yeah, they snore. Yeah, I have one cat that snores. Bosco, he snores. Yeah, he's a big dude. Ah, isn't that nice when the cats and dogs sleep around you? Yep, that means they trust you. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to get these. Dogs ate scraps long before dog food companies were invented. In fact, Purina, I can't remember who the first, I think it was Purina. Can't remember who, I think it was them. They sold the first, commercial dog food. And yeah, it just ain't good. And that was probably 80 years. I think it's 75 or 100 years. It's not long. And you know what? I won't buy anything Purina anymore. Hell no. They had a recall a couple years ago. Dogs were dropping dead like crazy. And I was being very careful because my dogs like the lamb food. It was expensive too, $35 a bag, and they went through them bags like crazy. And but it was really good for them. And then, yep, sure enough, my dog started getting sick. And then the other dog got sick, started puking. And I'm like, oh hell no! And I threw it out and never got Purina again. Then I ran into some friends at the grocery store, and they said 3 out of their 6 dogs dropped dead from that Purina dog food. Same exact the lamb and rice that I was getting. I said, yeah, mine got sick too. They did a big recall. But and then Pedigree is actually, they caught them using horse meat. Get it? Pedigree, horses. Yeah, Pedigree got caught using horses in their dog food. Yeah, blueberries are good for dogs and carrots. Yeah. So sweet. Your kitty. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I'll buy debone. Sometimes I debone it myself. Sometimes I'll bake it. Sometimes I use a crock pot. I get bored with food my dog and cats does. So yeah, I like to mix it up. And then when I have leftovers, I'll have leftover night when I'll clean out my refrigerator, give them a whole bunch of stuff. And they love that. They love a little. I always say, you guys are going to like what's on the menu tonight. You guys are going to love what's on the menu tonight. And then sometimes they get bored and they'll look at me. And I'm like, what? Are you bored with the menu choices I've had? Yeah. But yeah, they like to mix it up. Who doesn't, right? Nobody wants to eat the same thing every day. You love German Shepherds? Me too. I got one. Yeah. He's my guard dog. Artemis Pyle still plays old drummer for Skinner. He survived the crash. Yeah, I remember there was, in fact, you know what? I recently saw a bunch of interviews with about plane crashes and music stars. And I remember that guy is actually in an interview, like from the 70s or whenever it was that they crashed. There was a guy and he was still young. They interviewed him, the survivor. And then there was also that story that Ozzy Osbourne used to sing with that band. Who was it? And anyway, the band, one of their managers or something stole an airplane, and they all got on it and they went for a ride, and they were dive bombing, like they were trying to get as close to the tour bus as they could with the plane. Because the guys were sleeping in the tour bus. Remember that? Ozzy Osbourne was there. It was his group before he went solo or whatever. But they went to swoop down by the tour bus, and they clipped the tour bus. Remember that? What was that band? I just saw their interview too. And good, ready to post about older singers still out doing it, like Willie Nelson, Frankie Valli, David Lee Roth. You should, Ernie. I almost did, but because there's a lot of people who are really trashing David Lee Roth. I mean, it's pretty bad, you guys. He forgets the song. He just talks. He walks around the stage and he just talks. And he's not really like, they've actually had people cut the music out and just have the words only. There's a way you can do that. And he doesn't remember any of the words. And he wears these tight black leather pants. It looks like he's got a roll of dimes in his crotch. You know what I mean? It's just embarrassing. And in that case, you think, gosh, you know, I don't know if this is how you want people to remember you, but he looks like he's having fun. So like I said, I got mixed feelings about the old guys. Listen, there's a lot of people in the audience. And if people say, oh, I feel ripped off, then don't go. If you want to see him, it's because you want to see him. And sure, he's not going to sing the same. He might not even remember the songs. But that's with any of these old people. That's cool, Ernie. I would watch that video because, like I said, you know, in one way you could say, yeah, they need to get off the stage. But in another way, there's people who still want to see him. And he looks like he's having fun. I went to the casino the other day and I was betting high. I left 2 hours later because I was up $400. Yeah, right. The key is to leave before you lose. Actually, I was going to do a video. Me and my friend went and played bingo a few weeks ago. Both of us each lost $160. What are the odds of that? But I was going to do a video when I was at the machine because we gambled. We ate and then we gambled before we went to bingo. Then we gambled after we went to bingo too. But I was going to do a video, but I noticed on the terms of service, it says I can't do gambling. It says no gambling video, so it won't get monetized. So I could do one, it just won't be monetized. You saw Willie Nelson last summer? Yes, you did. My mom, dad, and brother saw Willie Nelson and his wife about a decade ago. No, it was longer than that. My mom's been gone more than that. Must have been 20 years ago. But yeah, they saw him right up here, right up the road. They loved Willie Nelson. And you know, he's still, I'm pretty sure he's, well, yeah, you went last year. I remember you went. And yeah, my family were diehard Willie Nelson fans. They all went and saw him. In fact, they saw Willie Nelson at the same place where I saw Hart, right up the road here. Yeah, there was one with the little windows. Yeah, I remember that one, the Led Zeppelin album. Fleetwood Mac is still getting 45 million spins per month on Spotify alone. Really? I love Fleetwood Mac. I would love to see Fleetwood Mac, any of them, in concert. Because I saw that one dude, not Mick, the other one. I did a video. He's got a stalker. Some lady thinks that he's her father, and she wants some money. And yeah, she's been stalking him, and then she threw some liquid on him. So they got a restraining order against her again or something. But he is still touring. And so sometimes these old groups, they'll go off on their own and tour, not the whole band, you know what I mean? I think that's their case. I think it's two of them. I can't remember. But I know that they were still, not that long ago, they were still out there. My phone is going to die, so I'll put it on the charger. I'm listening. Still not coming. All right. We're still glad you're still with us. I've been here 3 hours, and there's a lot of night owls. I come on here all the time. If I knew people were night owls. My old when I used to come on every night, we were all night owls. And I had to get up to go to work the next day, but I don't care. Yeah. Fleetwood Mac story is amazing. Lindsey Buckingham lives around Sarasota, Florida. Stevie Nicks lives just outside Orlando. Yeah, who's the guy? Not Mick Fleetwood. Yeah, Lindsey, that's who it is. Lindsey Buckingham was the one I think that just got stalked, right? He's the one with the stalker. Some lady's trying to tell everybody that he's her father. And he's saying, no, I'm not, you crazy bitch. And yeah, so she threw some water on him or something not that long ago. And they're looking for arrest her, but she was living in her car, so it's hard to find her. Yep. Make your own. Yep. Fleetwood Mac, yeah, I like that. I would any one of them I would go to see if they were still out there. And I think I think they are. I'm pretty sure Lindsey Buckingham was playing somewhere and Stevie Nicks. Did I see that right? I think Lindsey and Stevie are still performing. I don't know. Maybe that was an old picture, but I swear I saw they were still performing, which would be really cool. I would love to see any of these. Yes, that's what it was. Thank you, Randy Rhoads. Thank you. That's who it was. That's the one who died in that plane crash when they So the manager was like all coked up. He was on a bunch of cocaine, and he knows how to fly, and nobody was looking. So he grabbed this airplane and told Randy Rhoads and I think the makeup artist, some lady, and the lady said, I don't want to go on that. I'm scared of planes. And they're like, no, it'll be fine. And the guy was up all night and he's coked out of his head, and he's behind the plane, and they're flying and they're dive bombing this tour bus, and the wing clipped the bus, and yeah. And Ozzy Osbourne was there. He saw the whole thing or whatever. He heard it. He was there. Yeah. Yeah. I produced a show called Rumors Relived. Really, it's a tribute to Fleetwood Mac. They rented a house in Florida for 2 weeks to write and map out the tunes on the album, and songs were about each other. Really? Yeah, they're always so interesting. I love their Rumors album. Oh my gosh. And I had all my albums up until recently. And I know the people that own the music store, and I ended up selling my albums to him for the music store. I just don't use them anymore. But I had them I've had my albums about 50 years or something. 40, 50 years, and I sold them to the guy at the music store because I'll never use them again. I hung on them just for the hell of it. But yeah, I finally parted with them. Yeah, Randy Rose. Yeah, and Ozzy's guitarist died in the plane crash. Yeah, and the makeup artist or whatever. One of the stage hands or something. A lady was in the plane too. Yeah, Randy Rose. Thank you. Couldn't think of his name. Yeah. What a weird thing, huh? Grace, do you have an email I can email you at? You can reach me through Kathy's email. Yep. Thanks for putting that up there. Best show I did with the older singer was Mickey Gilley. Yeah, that's an old one. He was so good, still 87 years old. He'd been in a bad car wreck, a plane crash, and could barely walk, but put on a great show in front of the. Oh, that's cool. You've probably seen a lot of really good acts. Yeah, so a lot of them will just sit on, even they'll get help or whatever, but now they're just sitting in a chair. Remember Ozzy's last concert? Ozzy was sitting in that chair the whole time. Yeah, so now they just kind of sit in a chair or sit on a bench, which is cool. I mean, they certainly ain't going to be running around the stage, jumping off, doing the splits, you know what I mean, like they used to. Yeah. Wow, a car crash and a plane crash, and still lived, huh? Grace, she doesn't respond. I have a picture of the super easy greenhouse hoop house I made a few years ago. Huh. Well, it's 1:30 here, and I just crawled into bed. I'm still listening. Oh, it is late, huh? It is 12:30 here. I'm making bacon and pancakes. Oh, nice. 8 tracks. Do you remember that? Absolutely, I remember it. My first car had 8 tracks in it. I had the Cars. I had BTO, Bachman Turner Overdrive. I had CCR, Creedence Clearwater Revival. I had I had a lot of 8-tracks. And I remember on the cars, I remember like halfway through the song it'd go choo, choo. It would stop, go choo, choo, and then it would pick up on the next track. There's 4 tracks, you know what I mean? Yeah, I remember that. And then cassettes came out. It was records, then it was 8-tracks, then it was cassettes, and then it was CDs. That's where I stopped, CDs. I didn't get no past. I didn't get past the CDs. That's all I got. Anyway, bacon and pancakes sounds good. Yep, 8 tracks. GNT, yes, you're right. She's not. Nah, I'm not. I'm bad at emails. Actually, you got to tell me to go check the email. I am bad at horrible. Always been. I said this is the year I'm going to try to get better at 8 tracks. I mean, wait, I'm reading something. Yeah. I'm almost caught up on comments, you guys. Yes, you're right. She's not the best at getting email, but she was just reminded she has emails. Yeah. Yeah. I'll check them out. You want to see that email? Okay, I will check it out. You gonna send the email now? All right. Look at me, I'm caught up. 3 hours? How long have I been on here? 3.5 hours. Yep. The second time I'm caught up. Yep. Get better at 8-tracks. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was reading that comment when I'm trying to say I said this year I was gonna get better at emails. I was looking at that 8-track comment. I'm trying to figure out where I left off. And I hope I didn't miss anybody's comments. If I did, I didn't mean to. This thing is just like wrestling a kangaroo. I don't know. This comment section here is just keeps spinning out of control. All right. Yeah, I do need to get better 8-tracks. And you can't sell an 8-track. Nobody's buying 8-tracks, I promise. Or cassettes. Yeah, I'm pretty much trash. Like I said, I got a cassette player in my old Chevy pickup that came stock. That's about it. I'm gonna look at my email and see what you're saying here. Yeah, I don't check them very often. I'm starting to. I'm like I said, this is the year I'm gonna get better at it. I'm gonna get better. Hopefully. I don't see it. I don't see your email. Yeah, I don't see your email. Yeah. So, like I said, the next time I come on, I'm probably gonna go over Eric's live stream if anybody's interested. His last one, because there's some nuggets in there. Oh, sending it now. I had to find the fields. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not good. I'm trying to get better, but yeah, so yeah. Actually, I've been pretty good lately, to be honest. I had now that I look, I have been looking. I have been checking every once in a while. Told you I'm getting close to going to trial, and now I have to start looking for my attorney's emails. So I have been checking emails a little more regularly now because yeah, he's sending me stuff. So Anyway. So yeah, that's cool. Well, it looks like we're all on the same page on music. That's cool. And I wish I could play music on here, but they strike you for everything. Right. Yeah, there's a few videos that I've gotten struck. Oh, I bet that's my email right there. Oh. Do you want me to look at it now? Oops, sorry. Whenever you send an email, I probably want to leave a comment. Yeah, then I'll know for sure. I have been looking recently. Randy Rhodes, the pilot, and the band's makeup. Yeah, that's who she was. Yeah, it was a young woman was the makeup artist. That's it. Yeah, it was that lady, and she didn't want to get on the plane. She was scared of flying, and they convinced her. They said, "No, we're going to be really safe. Don't worry about it." And then, and I is there. I think there might even be a footage of it. I can't remember if I saw footage or reenactment. I can't remember, but yeah, it was dive bombing the tour bus, and he tipped, and the wing caught the bus, and yeah, they crashed. Huh. Yeah, if you want me to? Yeah, are you talking about me looking at the email? Oh, here it is. Oh, the hoop houses. Yeah, yeah. Actually, I've been looking at these. Yeah, these hoop houses. Yeah, I've considered that for actually for a greenhouse. They keep coming up on my Facebook advertisement. These hoop houses that have this really strong, like I don't know if it's plexiglass or something. It's really strong plastic that holds up in snow. Because a lot of times you get these hoop houses, and then in the wintertime, I had it at my last house. I had these hoop houses at my last house, but the snow would cave them in. You know what I mean? But they got some now that are really hard, and you can leave them up year round. They can take the snow. But yeah, they're building them better than they used to. That's for sure. Yeah. Actually, I almost bought a frame for one of them hoop houses. I stopped at this lady that was selling stuff. I don't know what she was doing. Anyway, I said, "Hey, you want to sell that hoop house?" And she said, "No, that's not for sale." I'm like, "Really?" Because she was moving. I said, "We're going to take it with us." She says, "No, I don't know what I'm going to do with it." I said, "Come on, you don't want to sell it?" I can't remember what I offered. I offered her some money. She said, "Nah, I don't want to take it." Well, like the next day, I'm driving by and I'm seeing somebody loading that thing up in their truck. I'm thinking, "You bitch, you just told me you weren't going to sell that." And I just thought, "What the hell?" She was having like a, a moving sale. She just had a sign out front with a bunch of stuff in her yard. Oh, okay. Now you're selling the hoop house. Yeah. I have a trailer that I could have just turned that thing upside down. I got like a 12.5 foot trailer or something. I could have just turned that thing up. I think it's 6.5 feet wide by 12. I could have turned that thing upside down, strapped it in my trailer. Nope. And yeah, that guy must have went harder than I did, because yeah, he talked her out of it. And I thought, son of a bitch. It happened to be driving by when they're loading it up, and I'm thinking, man, yeah, it's hog panels. Yeah, I was thinking about building one too. Um, I sold my pipe bender because I didn't think I'd use it again. But yeah, you can make it. Yeah, pipe bender, you can make your own. Yeah. Actually, I don't know. I'm gonna make a greenhouse one of these times. You built it? You built this one? Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be a lot cheaper to do it yourself. But yeah, I was thinking about that same thing. I don't know if I'm gonna make a greenhouse or something. But yeah, I got to do that maybe for next year so I can start the plants earlier. You know, I want a clear igloo tent for the rain and cold so I can go out and smoke in it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, a little shelter. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. It's so weird because yeah, a lot of people don't want to smoke in their house anymore. I quit on 9/11/09, and up till then we smoked like crazy inside of our house. Yeah. Yeah, you can use it for a lot of stuff. You can use it for storage, you can use it for a greenhouse if it's clear. But yeah, I do. No option to send gifts or anything on here. Yeah, not really. I think I could turn the thing on. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a PayPal or Cash App or nothing like that. I got one PayPal in my life, actually, on YouTube. I got one PayPal. She knows who it is. I had it up briefly. Cash App never worked. I couldn't get it to work. Took that down, took the PayPal down. Just because I was getting doxxed and I just didn't need my name out there. My name was coming up on the PayPal and I was already doxxed off of Facebook. So I took it down. But I got one PayPal in my life and I got a few people gave me super chats. And I don't even know if I have them turned on anymore. I am monetized, but yeah, so I've gotten some super chats. In my whole life I've gotten about $100 worth of super chats. So yeah, I never ask or nothing like that. I want a greenhouse 24 next year because I'm going to start my seeds. You know, that's what I wanted too. I want to start my plants earlier. You know, because here it can freeze all the way to the end of May. So they say don't plant in Minnesota until the end of May, or you're risking frost or freeze. You know. And the last thing you want to do is put all your stuff in the ground and have it freeze. Like, oh, it'd be horrible. Next year, start your seeds early. Yeah, me too. I want them. Yep, start things earlier. And in the fall, it'd be nice also. Let's smoke outside under the carport. We don't keep cars under there. Yeah. Yeah, any shelters, get rained on or snowed on. But yeah, I remember everybody used to smoke in the house. A lot of people don't smoke in their house anymore. I built it for $20. You had everything but the plastic. Yeah, it has to be hard plastic or glass or something because the snow here caves everything in. We can get 5 feet of snow, And yeah, every hoop house I've had has caved in from the snow. I had a really strong one too. I paid hundreds of dollars for it at my last house. And yeah, winter was so hard on it. it'd be caving in, it'd be sagging, every space would be sagged. Yeah. But yeah, I gotta make something. I also wanted to make a chicken coop because I wanted to get chickens, but I don't want to see anything die. You know what I mean? So I just don't need it. I don't know. I gotta learn more about this chicken thing because there's anyway. Everybody up here has chickens. I hear the roosters crowing in the morning, and then they always crow at about 5 o'clock, about dinner time. I don't know why, but I can hear them all the way down the road. People all over here. Well, hey, Molly, good to see you. Nin Infamous. You're up late or early. You're either up really early or really late. Good to see you tonight, Nin. Hope you've been doing well. Nin Infamous used to make my thumbnails, the really cool thumbnails. Anyway, yeah, good to see you tonight. You're up early? Yeah. It is 7 o'clock in the morning where you're at. It's got to be 7 a.m. It's yeah, about 7 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, she's made me some awesome thumbnails. I would like her to make more thumbnails. Actually, I always tell her I gotta learn how to make my own thumbnails, but she used to make awesome thumbnails for me. She's in the UK, so she's yeah, she's 6 hours ahead of us. Doing well. You just woke up. Oh, good morning. It's June 1st. What's June 1st here now too? Well, good morning. I hope everybody's doing well at your house. She can tell you that I am horrible at emails. For about the last 10 years, she's been telling me, Kathy, check your email. Kathy, I sent you an email. Kathy, I sent you an email. I'm like, I know, I'm gonna check. Anyway, so she'll vouch for me that I'm horrible at emails. And anyway, see, I have to be reminded. But hey, Nan, I told everybody I'm gonna get better this year at emails. I smoke an ounce of weed, an ounce a week of wacky tobacco. My husband don't want it stink up the house. I can't smell it. I think because yeah. Oh, you have to smoke weed outside? Yeah. I thought cigarettes. I don't think weed really. Well, yeah, I guess if you're a non-smoker, because listen, sometimes I leave the house. I'm gone for 2 hours. And when I come home, it's like a punch in the face. Like, dang, it still reeks bad in here. Maybe you could put it in your pole barn with grow lights. Yeah, the thing about grow lights though, I did use grow lights last year, right? Because we can grow here. It's legal. You can have 8 plants. I mean, I'm talking about weed. Um, the thing about grow lights, though, it was expensive, man. My bill went up big time because I had two hanging grow lights on my plants, and my bill went up like $100 something dollars. I'm thinking, dang, how is this working? Yeah, them grow lights are hard on the electric bill. Yeah, whatever works, right? Yeah, it does have a smell. Yeah, it lasts. Yeah, because I've been surprised. I've been gone for hours and came back and it smelled like somebody just burned one in here. Yeah, it does kind of linger. And if you don't smoke, I suppose you. But yeah, I mean, I get it. I get smoking cigarettes outside, but yeah, I don't know if it really smokes. If it really smells that much, I don't know. But yeah, to a non-smoker, it probably does. But an ounce a week, huh? Puff, puff, pass. That's pretty good. That's a good amount. Yeah. Yep, it can reek up the place. But yeah, no, I could put it in the pole barn with lights, but and it does stay warm out there. You wouldn't believe. And so mine is a post-military surplus. I got a U.S. Army pole barn, right? It's from the military. Still has the Army markings on it, the star and the Army. But yeah, I got a military. So it's very practical. It's very warm in the winter, and it's cool in the summer. I love it. So yeah, I could probably. So Grace, how much is your electricity bill with 6 lights running? Because I had 2 lights running, and I think they were 1,500 watts each. Because you have to do like the different watts according to the phase that they're in. So 2 1,500 watt lights going 12 hours a day. Dang, I almost fell over when I got my electric bill because I'm cheap. You know what I mean? I use about $40 to $50 a month on electricity. That's it. My bill is about $100 a month. And mostly it's fees and it's a connection fee. Because I use about $40 or $50 with electricity, and the rest is fees, taxes, and whatever. Connection fees. So yeah, when I saw my bill had more than doubled, I almost fell over and I'm thinking, what in the hell? No, I did not mean whack it back. I meant your seedlings. Oh yeah. Same thing though. Same thing though. If I have lights, lights are expensive. They're just expensive to run. I don't know. Grace, what do you pay for 6 lights a month? Because yeah, that's 3,000 watts for 12 hours a day. Yeah, I almost fell over. I'm like, okay. Anyway. So yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, my bill's not even 100 a month. And yeah, I open up my bill. I think it was like 250 or 240 or something. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, how is that math? I mean, so yeah, I don't like the lights thing. And that's why I want a greenhouse, because you can just put it outside and let the sun do the work, you know, as long as it don't freeze out there in the spring. Because, you know, then I could grow all the way through May instead of waiting to the end of May. And my seedlings would already be 6 inches tall instead of just starting out 125. I don't know how. I don't know how you guys are doing it cheap like that. We gotta figure that out. But yeah, so I didn't. Yeah, I don't do the lights and the indoor shit anymore. No, no, mine were all growing outdoors last year, and I got, I don't know, several pounds off of them, enough to last all winter. Yeah, it was a lot, and it was really good too. I had 4 different kinds, but yeah, you like greenhouses? Yeah, yeah, it is. It is cool. Because you don't have to worry about the extreme conditions, especially up here. We still can freeze at the end of May, by the end of May, you know. So it's risky if you want to start putting your plants outside. And I think Florida, somebody else said they do the same thing. They have to bring them in every night so they don't freeze. Your bill is about 400 a month. Dang. Yeah, that's a lot. Well, I have something called an earth home. It's an earth home, and it's built for extreme conditions, extreme hot and extreme cold. So year round, it's made to. I don't have to pay anything to cool it in the summer. It can be 100 degrees out and still only 68 in here, you know. And then in the winter, I barely spend anything. Maybe 600 for the whole winter. About 100 a month or something to heat. And that up here, people can spend $400 a month to heat or more. My ex-husband, his bills are 400 or 500 a month in the winter. You know, yeah, yeah, it would be worth the increase if you're gonna. Yeah, it is, it is. I just didn't know how it was gonna turn out. You know, I'm just thinking, okay, this is a weird thing I didn't think about. Okay, I had to ask. 2 are currently running 12 hours. Yeah, so you do 12 on, 12 off. Um, and then there's another phase that you do. So during the flowering phase, it's different. But yeah, running 2 lights, it was 100 and something dollars. I just thought, oh my god, what am I doing? Wish my house was built like that. When our house keeps the heat in. Yeah, yeah, this is really efficient. I've never even had to put an air conditioner in. I had a couple air conditioners from my old house I brought up here, and yeah, I ended up selling them after 3 or 4 years of just being cool in here. I ended up selling them. Don't even need an air conditioner. So cool. Yeah, so 2 of them are running 12 hours, and so yeah, that's what I had. 2 of them, and yeah, it was. What did you say? 100? Yeah, that's about what mine was. 125 for 2 of them, 12 hours. And that was like more than double my regular bill, so I freaked out a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to plug my phone in, but it's not running down. I still got like half my battery, so that's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, yeah, if you get a few pounds out of it, yeah, it's worth it. 100 and something for electricity. Yeah. So yeah, it costs a little bit, but and then the seeds are expensive, man. They're like $10 a seed. So I just bought 8 seeds for $100, and then they gave me 8 free. So I got 16 seeds for $100. It was like the buy one get one or something. But it's better than trying to sex the plants once they're growing and all that stuff. These are feminized seeds, so I don't have to worry about male seeds or hermaphrodites. I learned about hermaphrodites. I didn't even know there was such a thing. Yeah, seeds are expensive. Yeah, so you get like 3 seeds for $33 or something. I can't remember. But yeah, they gave every time I bought 4 of them, they gave me 4 more. So yeah, it was a pretty good deal. So yeah, I'll be set for a while. Yeah, they're expensive. They didn't used to be, but they're expensive. It's like everything. Everything's expensive now. But yeah, somebody gave me a whole bunch of seeds for free last year. A family member. He drove up here and gave me a shitload of seeds, and I grew those last year, but I had to weed out the plants that were male or I didn't have any male plants. I had hermaphrodites, which was half boys, half girls. So they were girl plants, but they had balls. You know what I mean? So anyway, it was nerve wracking, and so I thought I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to just order them, bite the bullet, pay the price, and get feminized seeds. I don't have to worry about it. You asked me about feminized seeds. I forgot to get back to you. The answer is yeah. Yeah, I already ordered them. They're going to be here today, actually, June 1st. Yeah, I'll be getting mine in the mail today. Yeah, I got all feminized. Yeah. I don't have to worry about it. So yeah, it'll be better. Each year gets better. Kids still learning. You know what I mean? It's been legal to grow for a few years now. It just didn't even get started till last year. But it's fun. It's just like growing vegetables, man. Every day you go out and you see what it's doing, and every morning there's something new. And anyway, it's fun to plant, fun to watch them grow, and fun to harvest what you've worked all summer for. Yep. I love gardening, no matter what it is. Hey Molly, did you guys get a new dog? I remember you were going to get one maybe when it got warm out. Molly's little doggy passed away. But anyway, I remember you said you're going to get a new one. Good night. Hope you go live again this week. I will say it out loud. I'll probably get off of here. I don't know. I'll probably get off of here pretty soon. You did get a new dog? Aw. Did you get a puppy? Yeah. Well, good night. Say it out loud. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Oh, that's cool. Glad for you. Yeah. Good night. Grace says good night to say it out loud. Yep. Oh, you got a puppy. Oh, what kind? That's cool. Yep. Tina says good night to say it out loud. Yeah, she had a puppy that passed away, but yep. Been a while. Time to get the puppy, huh? Good for you. Puppies are fun. I loved having my puppy. If you drop a link, I'll show you after the stream. Yeah, I'll drop the link. If you want to talk after I get off of here. Yeah, it's been a while since I talked to you. What kind of puppy did you get, Molly? Yeah, that's cute. She had a cute dog, but he was up there in age, just like mine was. That's cute. Love puppies and kittens. And I love their little puppy breath. They're just so cute. Everything about them is cute. Yeah, I will drop the link before I get off of here. If you want to talk in the back room, Grace, you could probably join too. Or anybody else. Uh, oh, that's nice. They say he was a full Jack Russell Terrier, but we think he's a cross. Oh, yeah. Wow, Jack Russell Terrier, that's got a lot of energy, huh? They can do tricks too, right? I think that's the dog that they had on Frasier. Remember that show Frasier? It was a spin-off from Cheers with the psychiatrist guy. Yeah, he had the Jack Russell Terrier. Yeah, they're a little ball of energy, man. That's what I heard. That's why I love gardening. Yeah, right. I love summer. When I wake up in the morning, me and the dogs go out to the garden and see what happened overnight. Oh wow, this one got bigger. Oh look at there's a little sprout. I mean, it's exciting to watch things grow. And then to can it in the fall. Like I love canning and freezing and harvesting. It's a lot of work. I wish I had somebody with me, but yeah, I do it all myself and it's a lot of work. But then I just love it all winter eating my homegrown stuff. Yeah, is he hyper? He can be hyper, yes, but he's still exhausted from the long walkies we had yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I think he'll probably have energy for a while. I think those are high energy dogs. Some little ones can get, wound tight as a top. You know, all puppies have a lot of energy, but yeah, they're good trick dogs. They're good trick dogs. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the hey, I'm sleepy. Thank you, Kathy. Good night. I hope everyone has good night. Thank you, Tina. Thanks for coming in. I'll probably wrap it up and get off here pretty soon. I gotta still feed my doggies their dinner. And do some stuff. Bunch of other stuff. And yeah, so I'll probably get off here pretty soon myself. Uh yeah. Huh. Yep, good night. Grace says good night to Tina. Yeah, I'll probably wrap it up. Today's Sunday. We're going into Monday, but maybe come back in about 2 days, 2 or 3 days, and do a stream on Eric's bullshit. And he says he's gonna come back once a week to give more bullshit, to talk more bullshit. So yeah, I want to go over his last stream before he holds up a new one. I'm gonna make a drink and be up on the thing and let the dog out for a wee before he pisses on me. That's a good idea. Yeah, you do that, Molly, and then I'll put a link up in a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, you too, Grace. Yep, it is 1 o'clock in the morning here. I'm not really tired, but I know probably normal people. Yeah. Yep. And I don't ever drink caffeine. Once in a while, if I go out to eat lunch with my friend, and yeah, I'll have a whatever they have, Coke or Pepsi or whatever. But otherwise, I stay away from caffeine. So yeah. So I will get tired at a certain time, and then if I don't go to bed, I get a second wind and keep going. But if I had caffeine, man, I'd be up 2 days probably. But yeah, I get it. All right, well, I'll wrap it up. My mod is passing out, and probably some other people. So I'll wrap it up. But I'm gonna put a link up. Molly is out walking her dog. It is morning in the UK, so it's probably a morning walk for her doggy. And let me see here. I think I screwed up. Hold on a second. All right. Copy. Hold on a second. Paste. Oh, that didn't work. I'm trying to put a link up, Molly. Hold on a second. So Molly, when we first seen Molly, she came in. I think it was probably about 2017 or 2018. Molly came into the chat, and she was her and her mates. They call them friends. They're mates. So her and her friends came in to troll us during our Bible study, and I kind of thought she was funny, actually. But her and her friends tried to troll us, and I appreciated her humor. And I didn't block anybody. And then her friends stopped coming because I really wasn't getting trolled. I thought it was kind of funny. But Molly stuck around. She's been with us ever since. And she was, gosh, you were young, maybe 16 years old or 17. She'd come in our Bible study every single night. But yeah, she started out, we wasn't doing bad. No, it was funny. It wasn't a bad trolling, but her and her friends would come up and say stuff during our Bible study. And I thought she was kind of funny, actually. And anyway, she stuck around. Her friends didn't stick around, but she did, and she's been here ever since. Yeah, you were really young. And came in our Bible study every night. And yeah, been with us ever since. But she started out as a troll. And had I just blocked her and not thought it was funny, we wouldn't have been friends all these years. So Molly's been a good friend of the channel. Been here for many years. Yeah, started out as a troll. Nice and cold outside. Breeze is lush. What? No, you weren't doing bad trolling. It wasn't horrible. Like I said, I thought it was funny, and didn't block you because I thought I actually appreciated your humor. Yeah, so that's how we met. And she's been here ever since. And so Molly, tell me when you're ready for the link, and I'll try to put it up. And then I'll probably sign off of here. How the hell? Wait. It just says copy. All right, I'm trying. Okay, invite guest. Um. Okay. Let's see if this works. I'm a little rusty there, Molly. So. Oh shit. All right. Oh, look! I tried it. It came out C. Oh, hold on. Uh, I don't know why this is so hard. Sorry, guys. Trying to put this link up. Hold on a second. Maybe if I turn it. There you go. All right. See if that works. All right. grab that link. You want to say hi to everybody before I sign off? No, I'm trying to get my headphones here. 404 error. Oh, hold on. Let me try it again. Dang it. Dang it, Bill. Y3YP. Okay. I'm so rusty at this. I can't remember. All right, Molly, try that one. It looks like the same. Try that one, see if it works. Otherwise, I don't know. I'll have to. I sound a little rusty. A little wetty. And okay, hold on a second. You can say hi to everybody before we sign off.
Hi.
Hey, you made it.
Mhm.
All right, is that your new dog on the screen?
Oh, that's for Sasha.
No.
That's my previous dog.
I was gonna say it kind of looks like your old dog. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought that was your old dog. Anyway, say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, she's in the UK, so it's early in the morning over there. All right, well, cool. Well, we're glad you got a new dog. And you said it's a little Russell Terrier, whatever.
Yeah.
That's cool.
He's sleeping at the moment.
Yeah, we have to show us your dog sometime. And then, yeah, I'd like to get some thumbnails again. You made some good thumbnails back in the day. But anyway, maybe we could say goodnight to everybody. I want to thank.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night to. I guess I'll be back on like two more days or something. I want to come back before Eric does another live stream, so I don't get far behind. But anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming in. Unite to TNT. Thanks, Grace, for being a moderator tonight. As always, Tina. Hold on a second. Everybody that came in, it's only going to go back a short amount of time, so say it out loud. Grace. Let's see, Florida. Let's see, TNT. Say it out loud. Dear Jane. We saw Ernie. Not My Monkeys. Let's see, TNT. I know a lot of people have probably gone to bed hours ago. Good night to you guys, and thanks for coming in. Italian Girl. See, Ernie. What am I missing? Bunch of people. Tina. Oh, Molly. I think I lost you. Oh, yeah. I didn't even notice. I thought you were a little quiet. Okay, am I here?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Just was saying goodnight to everybody. And I looked down and you were gone. The Tina, Italian girl, say it out loud. Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't know if I knocked you off.
That's my doggy.
Oh, you put a picture up? All right, I'll have to look at it. Yeah, and everybody else that came in, I want to thank you all for coming in. Thanks for staying so long. I know it's been a long one. It's been over 4 hours, it looks like. And I know it's late. It's 1:22 in the morning here. It's 2:22 on the East Coast, and it's still late on the West Coast. It's what, 11:20. So anyway, I know it's been a late one. So anyway, yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming in, and I will go down to the bottom. There you go. Yeah, good night, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Night.
All right. Ready? All right, say bye to everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. See you next time. Peace.
Peace.